Finally made it. Jesus. That only took forever. Sorry for the wait. I woke up late and I didn't sleep well and I had nightmare bullshit and all that fun stuff. Okay, so the day of the boyfriend 26. Oh no, the mini arc is continuing. Oh no, the mini arc is continuing. Oh yes, we ran into Mami again. Woohoo. Expected. Not totally out there. I need tissues. Give me a sec. My allergies trigger like every morning now. It's kind of annoying. Wait, it's Monday and out this week? It's because it's Golden Week and we're not getting a chapter next week. Oh, Kazuya got his oh, okay. Misdirect. I knew it. It was a fucking misdirect. What did I tell you fuckers? I told you it was a goddamn misdirect. No one believed me, but here we are. It's a fucking misdirect. I'm gonna move myself a little bit just so you can see. Oh my god, no, I got spoiled. Oh look, he's smirking again. Ha 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 ha. What the fuck? She's like all bedazzled out. Did you notice that? She's like all bedazzled out. She has a star, she has hearts right here, and she has ribbons. She's bedazzled out of her mind, bro. And there's a big car behind her. Bro. I also find it fascinating that she's completely in shadows. She looks like a teenager. She looks like an anime girl. She literally looks like an anime girl. She looks like an anime girl teenager. She's literally a waifu. Like this is waifu Chizuru. When you look at a waifu, this is what you see. This is waifu Chizuru. This isn't real Chizuru. I should oh my god, what is that squid? I should try to look better in the real one. I look mean. You look stupid. I'm sorry, if he was my friend and I saw this, I'd be like, bro, you look fucking stupid. Finally, I have my provisional driving license. Oh, wow. Also known as the temporary license. The superintendent has recognized my talents. I can take lessons out on the road now. Pass the exam first try. I've already cleared the midpoint hurdle. Okay, that's okay. We're getting an indicator here. We're getting some sort of indicator here. Midpoint hurdle. Is this Reiji telling us we're at the midpoint, or is there is this an indicator from Reiji that we're at the midpoint? That has me kind of curious. Cat, really? Right now? My cat's being dumb. Man, this was easier than I thought. I should have no problem making it by July 11th. Huh. If it only took you this past month and a half to get your license? I love a man who can buckle down and get what he wants. And here, oh my god. Sexy shoulder. I knew it. Reiji is into the sexy shoulder. That's why he's had Minnie with the sexy shoulder constantly. And that's funny thing. Minnie's the one who's been doing the sexy shoulder. and here I just couldn't stop thinking about you the whole time. Now let's continue where we left off before. Smooch. Look at how masculine he looks here. Look at how he looks like Arata. Sure. I'm so stupid. I've got to take off these rose-tinted glasses. Mizuhara's obviously focusing on work. Ever since that kiss, my mind's been stuck on having sex. Sex. This guy again. He's so loud. I'm glad to know he is actually loud. But yeah, he's becoming aware of the fact that he's stuck on this, and now it's starting to feel real to him. But this is one way I can show her how serious I am. It's good enough to impress her. I'll never give up Mizuhara. Ugh. Did you notice how Kazuya is becoming more childish? Did you notice that? Doesn't he look? He looks younger. He literally looks like a kid. He literally looks like a kid. Actually, speaking of roses, the Singapore festival. I've done my research since then. A lot of it. Holy shit. Oh God, what are you doing, Kazuya? Oh God, what are you doing, Kazuya? It takes about an hour and a half to drive to Mother Farm from the front of the city. Um, one of Kanto's biggest and most renowned all-in-one entertainment complexes. Tokyo to Mother Farm, 90 minutes. Of course, it has a colorful field of flowers, many cute animals, several orchids, and even an amusement park. Okay, flower garden. We can also eat there, since they have restaurants. Plus, an hour and a half is the perfect length for a drive. Their recent heart-shaped sheep event has been well received, and it's a super popular date spot for couples. I bet Mizuhara would look so cute playing with the sheep. This is not real Chizuru. It's Delulu Chizuru. I want to see. I want to see. I want to see. He literally is. Come on, that's a kid. Oh my God, that's a kid, bro. Look at him. I want to see. I want to see. I want to see. I want to see. A farm as nice as a farm is a nice, easy place to ask her to go. Compared to the city dates she'd had as a rental girlfriend, this is completely new experience. Actually, no, it isn't. Because while it seems simple, it's quite far away. He's in shadows. Something is wrong here. He's in shadows. Something is wrong here. He thinks this is a good place to go. We can also eat there, plus an hour and a half is the perfect length for a drive. No, it isn't, because he hasn't considered the fact that for an hour and a half, he's going to struggle to talk to her. He's not clocking any of this, but that's not all. From what I've read, when it hits July at Mother Farm, petunias. Wow, Mute was right. Mute was right. Petunias are in full bloom in the hillside. We read what petunias meant the other day? I'm pretty sure it's like full of love or something. Maybe it was like I forgive you or something like that. We'll double check it in a sec. I think it was like I'll forgive you or something like that. Oh no, it was a place of peace. That's what it was. It was a place of peace and harmony, which is supposed to match his name. Stunning pink flowers, so beautiful it takes your breath away. Peachy Sai was the name coined for this breed. These flowers' special meaning is honesty from the heart. Oh, okay. Reishi spells it out. So Kazuya takes her to a place to reflect his honesty, his honest heart. Which is ironic because he's not being fucking honest. Oh my God, look at this. Oh, look at that. He's literally trying to do some anime bullshit. And this looks exactly like the movie arc and the kiss. This looks exactly like the movie arc and the kiss. It's straight up the same. He's literally, look at this. Doesn't this look like some anime bullshit? Kazuya's literally trying to do some anime bullshit. He's trying to take her to the perfect fucking place. A vast field of petunias in full bloom. A quiet moment for just the two of us, with the sun slowly setting in the distance. I can convey my honest feelings. If I'm going to confess my love, then there is no better place than this. Look at how cool he looks here. Look at the Chizuru in this picture. This is not the real Chizuru. She's literally dressed in her date outfit. Straight up dressed in her date outfit. Wait a fucking second. Whoa, look at how Mami's dressed. She's dressed just like Chizuru was dressed in the cheer up date. She's dressed like Chizuru was dressed in the fucking cheer up date. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? What the fuckity fuck? What? She's dressed like Chizuru in the rental date. That settles it. This is my date plan. If I can't confess, we still have an Uma Tuhura on the way home as a backup plan. This place looks amazing as full of couples. I could do it there instead. In the worst case, does he ever stop mumbling? Weirdo. No, don't panic. I'm gonna do this. I'll make it work. It at Mother Farm. He sees Mami. Mami-chan. This is so odd. It's interesting. She's not approaching him anymore. He's the one who approached her. She's not approaching him anymore. This is so awkward after what happened, but she told me to forget it. It'd be weird to avoid her. Mami-chan, you passed too, huh? Can I see it? What does the photo look like? No. Huh? What a tsundere. I've said this for a long time. Mami is a tsundere. Mami is not a yandere. Mami's a fucking tsundere. She's not a yandere. Okay. Sorry for asking a weird question. What? No. That's super awkward. Screwed up. Did her photo not come out very well either? Oh, look. She shows him. Like a fucking tsundere. Like a fucking tsundere. Look at how she's dressed. It's literally the same as the way Chizuru was dressed. Like, not identical, mind you. It's like a Mami version, but goddamn if it isn't similar. Are you sure? Thanks. Really? Was she just joking then? No idea. Or was she serious? I mean, he can't see the signs. All I see is a pretty girl. I mean, she's super cute. She looks like deadpan. She looks so deadpan. No, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the old ass like Final Fantasy VII models. I'll show you guys them later. Just remind me. This straight up reminds me of those like old ass Final Fantasy VII models. Ooh, sorry. Stop staring. Huh? Was I being creepy? Your photos look great. You've got to do better I've got to do better in my real one. My eyes make me look like I'm some kind of thug. Gah, she doesn't think it's funny. Who cares? Still, I can tell. If she liked me, I don't think she'd act like this. For someone who says, I can tell. He blind as shit! What was that all about anyway? The moment you lose something that you used to be yours, you just start wanting it all over again. Actually, Kazu-kun, you're like a red bean bun. Huh? A red bean bun? Really? Not a meat bun? That's a unique opinion. You think so? I'm not the. That's so funny. That's so funny because she took the meat bun first. She took the meat bun first, and then wanted the red bean bun. Wasn't that what it was, or was I wrong? Am I wrong? I thought she took the red bean bun. Or sorry, the meat bun first. That's so funny. Huh? Red bean bun. What was that? Is that supposed to mean fat or something? The special meaning oh my god, he's doing ab workouts. He's fucking doing ab workouts. The special meaning of Petunias is honesty from the heart. The special meaning of Petunias is honesty from the heart, so I want to be honest and tell you how I feel right here. I have you, Mizuhara, now, and ever my feelings for you will never change. So I wanted to be honest and tell you how I feel right here. Duh, I can't figure out where I'm going to confess my feelings. My abs hurt. But I don't think I'll ever figure out what to say. Interesting chapter. Like Sumi-chan said, I need to have more confidence, but how can I phrase my honest feelings without sounding like I'm trying to act cool? I love you, Mizuhara, now and forever. My feelings for you will never change. Believe me. I think how I use the word love is what matters most. Should I say that I love her very much, or does saying I'm in love with her sound better? Again, in shadows, missing the point. But if I make it sound too dramatic, huh? You're in love with me. If you feel so strongly, you must be able to tell me exactly why you feel that way. Huh? I feel like she'd just say something like that. Well, no, because she already asked you, and when you told her the truth, she kind of just said, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's different for everyone. It'd backfire if I told her that I never really thought about it. My date plan is already pretty good. Like Yamori-san said, I shouldn't overcommit when I confess. Maybe all I can do now is just show her how I feel. Besides, if I were you, I'd hate someone like me. Back then, I'm pretty sure she was shaking. She seemed like she was struggling far more than me and crying. If she can't decide, then I want to give her the answer. If she can't decide, then I want to give her the answer. Wait, that sounds wrong. Wait, that sounds really wrong. It's coming from an earnest place and fundamentally misunderstanding the issue. And he doesn't realize he in many ways already did this. Who's that? Here we go again. Here we go again. Kazuya? Kazuya? Wow. Eddie Man, were you the one who called it? Eddie Man, were we talking about this and you fucking called the Ruka thing returning? I swear to God, it was like Eddie Man. We were talking about this and he called it. And he's just like, Ruka's gonna fucking come back, isn't she? Hey, look, the black boxes, but now they're black circles. They're black circles, fellas. You're peeking behind the black boxes. And again, Reiji immediately pans to these. Oh boy, we're in danger. I think this line right here, appearing right as Ruka appears, is so amazingly thematically fitting. If she can't decide, then I want to give her the answer. If Kazuya can't decide, I want to give him the answer. You're forcing her to make an answer. Just as Ruka is forcing you to make an answer. Hey, Kazuya, it's almost like that's the solution for Ruka. It's almost like that's not the solution for Chizuru, that's the solution for Ruka. You need to, she can't decide. Like I explained with the Ruka chapters, she literally can't decide. Ruka can't make this decision. It's literally out of Ruka's hands. She can't make this decision. You have to decide. He has to decide. This is his decision. He has to decide. And I think Ruka showing up right as he says this is no fucking coincidence. She's trying to rob him of a choice without even realizing, because she can't make a decision. He has to decide with the Ruka thing. He has to decide for her. She can't just keep she can't just keep dictating the pace. It's his life. It's his house. You know, like he has to like draw the line. You can't do this anymore. And I think it's really thematically fitting that Ruka shows up. Let's go check what the what do you call them? The blah 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 is. Next time is. By the way, buying chapters on the Japanese version is like so much cheaper. Like so much cheaper. Holy shit. Look at how many points I have. Look at how many points I have. I had 4,000 points. The chapter costs 90 points. Do you know how much this cost me? This cost me like, I think it was like 20 bucks when I bought it. Like, that's 20 chapters. I've been buying chapters ever since we started. Like, I've been buying these chapters on stream ever since we've started. We've had 190 something like streams, maybe 200 streams. And I still haven't spent a dime on this place. I spent it once. I still haven't spent a fucking dime on this place. I spent it once. Bro, like, buying chapters in Japan is so much cheaper. Like, holy shit levels of cheaper. Did that actually get it? Or did that, like, not actually get it? Let me go to Crumpy. Crippity Crump. Crumb to Crumb. I started watching this, by the way. I remember growing up watching Fullmetal Alchemist, so this anime is kind of cool to watch. So yeah, if anyone is curious, Johan, what are you watching? I started watching that anime. Demons of the Shadow Realm. Literally getting flashbacks to Fullmetal Alchemist. The art direction, the way they're framing it, everything. It's just like, oh yeah, Fullmetal Alchemist. That's the shit I grew up with. Granted, I watched Fullmetal like in my middle school to early high school years. So like, I didn't say I grew up with it. I grew up with Dragon Ball, but it was definitely there in my younger years. Okay. Ruka returns. Ruka returns. I gotta play Returnal. I just remembered that. Okay. Set. Okay. The stuff has been sent. Fate, now we know what Reiji was talking about, lol. What? No, I don't think we do. It could be what Reiji was talking about on his Twitter space, but we don't know. You know? Not necessarily. Like, this could be that, but remember, he's usually like even more ahead. So maybe he could have been talking with an editor about a plot line he wanted to do and not necessarily a chapter, you know? And I do think it's quite fitting that we not only see Ruka's skirt, we specifically see her thighs, because how did this all start? How did this all start? Kazuya fell between her legs, specifically where her thighs were. And then Ruka literally starts touching her thighs. So it's so fitting that we see her thighs here, and they're getting bigger. They're getting bigger. And remember what we said. We read through Hawaiians, and there's a part where Ruka touches Chizuru's thighs, and she's just like, "When will my thighs get that big? Because mine feel bony. Because she's a kid, she's young." So she literally has to like it's literally about growing up and like literally getting meat in your bones. According to AI, petunias are love and comfort for anger and resentment. No. And please stop using AI. Here, I'll show you a better website. Please go to this website. It is literally a Japanese website. It is called Hanakotaba, which literally means the language of flowers. Just type it in here. Petunias. Just go here. You want an easy access site? Just go here. There you go, boss. Boom. Problem solved. Just don't use AI, please. Because that's not necessarily correct. Here, I'll show you why it's not correct. Oh, where's the translation? Okay, translate. Okay, translate. The language of petunias, my heart is at ease when I am with you. Peace of mind. This is the Japanese version. The English version is your presence soothed me. Where's the part where anger and resentment? Now, we got to find the specific flowers Kazuya was referring to. He called them, what did he call them? What did he call them? They were like peach something. Peachy Sai. Okay. Actually, I'll send this to I'll send this to I'm curious if Kazuya found this via AI, now that I think about it. I'm curious if Kazuya found this via AI. Oh, wow, it's so zoomed in. I can see every little detail. I love it. Also, for the Petunias that Kazuya is talking about, he says these particular ones called Peachy Sai. What is it like in JP? Can you write the JP version for me so I can look it up? Okay. Yeah, not too crazy of a cliffhanger. It is a cliffhanger, mind you, but not too crazy of a cliffhanger. What's going on with Twitch? Why is Twitch being weird? Sorry. I saw a bunch of messages, but it said like Twitch recap, and I'm like, what? Why is it called Twitch recap? The anger and resentment mark makes too much sense to be fake. Well, that to you it makes too much sense. I don't see where that comes from. So if you're going to use the AI, at least see where the AI is sourcing it and use the actual like thing that it's sourcing from and saying, okay, why does it come with anger and resentment? Where is that from? Because this is a real website that is actually about the language of flowers, and it doesn't say that anywhere. So you're going to have to show me some evidence. You know, it can absolutely feel real, but remember your own bias, you know? Let me read Twitch chat. Good morning, Johan. Sorry I'm late. You're not late. It's cool. I was late. Wait, why is the chapter on Monday? I already explained this at the start. Next week is, Golden Week has already started. Next week we won't have a chapter. That's why it's on Monday, because Golden Week starts tomorrow. Also, I feel like Kazuya is really downgrading from an adult to a child reverse evolution, lol. Yes, right? Like people were like, oh, Kazuya is regressing as a character. You don't realize how much. Wait, isn't the flower from Chizer's Bra? They look similar. On Mami? On Mami? Oh, wait. Do the flowers on Mami? Oh my god, they actually look like petunias. Wait, the flower on Mami actually looks like petunias. But I know for a fact that these particular flowers are just a Clip Studio asset that Reiji has used before. They just conveniently look like the petunias here. So I do think it's semi-intentional. Reiji's trying to be like, hey, look, these flowers over here look like petunias. The pattern here looks like Chizura's outfit in the cheer update. But this is actually literally just a Clip Studio asset. I can show you the first time he used it. There is meant to be so in particular, the reason he uses that one is be like, hey, look, flowers. Hey, look, flowers. But it is just a Clip Studio asset. And I think it's in some ways supposed to be kind of like bait. In particular, the main focus here is the black lace pattern. What Reiji is actually trying to show you here is Kazuya is literally imagining the sun setting in a very light-based scenery, In contrast, when you look at Mami, she literally wears black as if she's going to a funeral, and the clothing in particular on her is is in particular black lace. Black lace is often associated with debauchery and sex. So literally, it's the contrast. You think it's alluding to Petunias. It's literally not. It's the opposite. It's connected directly to lust and desire. Reiji showed this particular pattern in the past. Let me check what chapter it was on. It was during the date. I know that for a fact. It was during the date. I just don't remember where during the date. Is it 366? I was right. 366. Wow, first try. First try. Oh, look, it's literally the same pattern. It's verbatim the same pattern. And I look at this. Look at this. Look at the seduction. Jesus fucking Christ. Chun-Li hips, dude. Chun-Li hips. Not Chun-Li thighs. Not quite. Not yet. But Chun-Li hips. And literally, what's the whole point of this chapter? Kazuya is literally not being horny. At first, he's being horny. At first, he's being horny as shit and he's freaking out. And then they have fun and he overcomes the horny. And it's not about being horny anymore. It's about sharing with someone. And Mami calls. What are the odds that Mami calls? The one time we happen to see this pattern, and now Mami literally wears this pattern. Come on. Come on. And literally this thing was like saying it's like the most beautiful girl in China, like super seductive or something like that. Like nobody can resist her charm or something like that. And now what do you see? Now what do you see? Oh, look. Super beautiful girl. Nobody can resist her charm. She looks fucking adorable to us. Look at this pattern, huh? And then it's funny that Mami literally admits to Kazuya literally being the red bean bun as if he's literally the thing she couldn't let go. If this is the chapter Reiji put out before, it doesn't give a shit about his fans left out. What do you mean? What did you want? What were you expecting to happen? No, seriously. Mr. Satoru Gojo is my god. It would be a JJK fan. It would be a JJK fan. What exactly were you expecting from him? Because clearly your expectations are like somewhere fucking else. What exactly are you expecting from him? No, seriously. What did you fucking want from him? I think this is a great cliffhanger chapter to keep fans waiting for 2 weeks. You're curious, what's going to happen in the Ruka? Are we going to get round 2? Is something else going on? No, it's a great fucking cliffhanger. It's a fantastic cliffhanger, considering everything that's fucking happening. No, it's a completely fitting cliffhanger. It also alludes back directly to chapter 218, because chapter 218 was also around at the end of the year, and there was a 2-week break. And then guess what? It showed up and people went fucking crazy over it. So now everyone's probably expecting some sort of sex to happen. Oh my god, there's something to look forward to. It is absolutely a great fucking cliffhanger. You didn't fucking read this chapter. You just saw what you wanted to see. I'm going to keep reading Twitch and I'll come back to you guys in a little bit. Why is he posting like Umi in a different... Why is he posing like Umi in a different angle? Actually, Kazi has posed like this before. So I know what you're referring to. You're referring to this shot right here. Kazi has posed like this before. He actually doesn't look like Umi. I'm gonna be real. He doesn't look like Umi. He does look a little similar to Umi, but... Oh, wait, there is a difference. Oh, wait, actually, you're kind of right. Wait, you're kind of right, because he's half facing her. He's doing a cool pose instead of actually facing her. He's doing a cool pose instead of actually facing her. Okay, you're right. He is posing like Umi. You're actually right. Never mind. I was like, Kazuya's done this pose before, except when Kazuya did this pose in the past, he actually faced someone. So he was posing, but like he was facing someone. He actually looked kind of cool. No, this is the Umi pose. He's literally correct. No, you're literally correct, Shadow. He is doing the Umi pose. For those who don't know what the fuck I'm referring to. For those who don't know what the fuck I'm referring to. It's the Umi pose. The only difference is Umi's hiding one of his hands. The only difference is Umi's hiding one of his hands. Kazuya isn't hiding any of his hands. He's showing both of his hands. That's the only difference, but he's not actually facing Chizuru. So Kazuya is not hiding anything, but he's not actually facing Chizuru. Also, notice how their faces are blank. They're literally just your average couple. There's nothing special about them in particular. Their faces are blank. There's nothing special about them in particular. It's literally demeaned their relationship. And Kazuya here literally looks like a grunt or a villain, which I think is quite fitting, considering he's literally supposed to secretly be the villain here. Okay, let's continue. Gotta read this chapter later. Oh, Reiji, you absolute genius. I think you're right. Kazuya been getting good on him. It's gonna fall apart very quickly. As someone who once got fit for someone else, I gave it up quite quickly. So Kazuya is gonna give it up pretty fucking quick because he's not doing it for himself. You think this is a good thing? It's not. He's gonna give it up. All these good habits that he's forming, he's gonna give them up as quickly as he got them because they're not for him. I don't know if I've ever told you guys this story. I once got fit for my girlfriend. And even after we broke up, I tried to continue going with it. And eventually I just kind of gave up because I realized I didn't really fucking care. While I was in great shape, I was actually in really good fucking shape. I used to like fucking sprint a mile, dude. I used to be able to sprint a mile, dude. It was kind of like awesome. But no, I literally just didn't care and I dropped it and I gained back a lot of my weight. And now I lost my weight again. But now because I'm doing it just because it feels good and I kind of want to do it for myself. I'm not doing it for anyone else. It's just specifically for me and it makes me feel better. But like in that time when it was for my girlfriend and like for all this other extra bullshit, I didn't actually care about it. It was like a daze. I didn't give a shit about actually working out. I didn't care about it. So I dropped it. And he will. I'm telling you, Kazi is eventually going to drop the workout nonsense because he's not doing it for himself. It sounds like he's forcing her an answer rather than him actually acknowledging what he did for her. Damn it, Ruka is back. Check Twitch chat. I'm talking about when Chizuru and Umi played soccer. When Chizuru was changing, don't those flowers... Okay, wait, I just saw that. Don't those flowers look like the flowers on her bra? Oh, okay. Let's look at that. Let's look at that. It should be 3... Yep, there it is. 394. It's hard to tell. I don't know. Everyone was like, these are hibiscuses. They didn't look like a hibiscus to me. They kind of do. But I also don't know if I see petunias either. I just know they're supposed to be flowers. Like, you can tell they're supposed to be flowers. But I don't know what flowers. I can't tell. They don't quite look like the petunias. They seem similar. They do seem similar. So, like, there is a similarity. Come on. Every time. It's getting old. It's getting old. I really don't like this change. They're similar, but I wouldn't say they're the same. They do look similar. They do look similar. Also, is it me or are we getting small time skips in the manga? Like, the manga, is Steins Gate still going on or no? Yeah, it is. There is like weird skips in Steins Gate too. There is weird skips in Steins Gate too. Absolutely. Also, I think I've mentioned this when the Steins Gate thing was referenced, but like the fact that Kazuya changes his hair to black, literally kind of like Okaba's hair. Like, what are the odds? What are the odds that he changes his hair just as Steins Gate gets referenced? Like, come on. Come on. What are the odds? Let me see if Crumpy has done any of the translations yet. Nope. Not nothing. Yeah, no, if you think Ruka's giving up, oh boy. Wait, that's the teaser for the chapter in the Japanese? The teaser for the chapter in the Japanese is Ruka. What the fuck? The teaser for the Japanese is Ruka. That's a choice. That's a fucking choice. Oh my god, how did I not clock it? She's wearing a black swimsuit. There's a little thing on the bottom. She's wearing ribbons. Dude, he was telling you Ruka was gonna show up from the fucking cover. He was telling you Ruka was gonna show up from the fucking cover. It was right there. She's wearing ribbons. She's wearing a black swimsuit. There's a little heart right here. She looks like she's a high schooler. I literally said she looks like a high schooler. Bro, the foreshadowing. Bro, this isn't Chizuru. This is Ruka. This is not Chizuru. This is Ruka. That's why this is here. It was bait. You got baited. Reishi was literally telling you Ruka was going to show up. It was right fucking there. Oh, damn. Wow, it was right. How did I not clock this? How did I not clock this? It's right there. She literally looks like Ruka. Bruh. How did I not clock this? Teaser is just the entrance. Oh, that's a double entendre if I've ever seen a double entendre. Oh, that's a double entendre if I've ever fucking seen one. She's literally standing at the entrance, but also enter as in sex enter. That's a double entendre if I've ever seen a double entendre. Dear God. Oh, wow. YouTube has a lot of comments. Okay. Let's read some of the YouTube comments. We're going to kind of start trying to blitz through this. Ruka better not see the mabs. Not the black boxes. Don't let her in. Yes, this backwards quote and situation. Anger. Oh, danger. I was gonna be like, anger and hate are supreme. We gotta finish Kingdom Hearts 2, dude. We gotta hear Xemnas's fucking lines, dude. We gotta hear that man and his deep fucking voice. Xemnas's voice actor should read me poems, dude. Anger and hate are supreme. Turn off the phone. Don't open the love confession. Open. Oh, yeah. And if Ruka walks in right now, she'll like see everything that's in there. You know? So it'd be interesting if Kazuya just never opens the door. She's literally not allowed to come into his home. I think Kazuya literally has to not open the door. In my opinion, Kazuya has to not open the door. I think he may open the door. I think Kazuya's mistake that Reiji foreshadowed in this chapter, if you were paying attention, is that Kazuya will open the door willingly. Why? Because of what happens with Mami. He told Mami, I love Chizuru. Mami asked him if she still loves him, and he's still engaged with her. He still chose to engage with Mami. So he literally opened the door. He opened the doorway for conversation. How fitting, we were talking about Kingdom Hearts. He's the one who opened the door for conversation. He didn't need to. He could have left this alone. He could have left this alone. He opened the doorway for conversation. He let her in. He literally let Mami in. How fitting, considering what did Mami tell him when they were in the car that he just remembered? Close the door. As a direct mirror to how Chizuru said, close the door. Now, what do you see? Ruka is at the door. This chapter is directly coming back to that motif of the door. What door do you have to open? Right? What door do you have to open? Right? You have to open the right door, not just any door. Right? You have to know when to close the door and when to open the door. That seems to be a kind of a hidden motif in the chapter, you know? Because Kazuya is literally choosing a path, right? What do you see him doing? He's literally laying out a path for us. He's literally playing out a path for us. He's opening a specific door. He's choosing a specific path. So the chapter seems to be about like what path you want to take, what door you want to open. Right? And Kazuya, while seemingly deciding on what door he wants to open, now has someone knocking on his door. And it's not the person he wanted again. And he has to make a decision. It's funny, I just had the thought, wouldn't it be weird if Ruka came back? Well, I got my answer. Yeah, no, you weren't the only one. It kind of made sense. I think Reiji was hinting at Ruka's return in the Sumi chapters. In the Sumi chapters, it felt like Reiji was hinting at Ruka's return. She was literally in an underwear store. So it makes sense for Ruka to just come back. Ruka's this issue Kazuya is ignoring, so her return just makes too much sense. Kazuya won't have time to take off the golf list this time. Yeah, that's literally what I was thinking too. Tell Ruka to kick rocks. 2 more chapters till the volume ends. Ooh. On the double page spread, Kazuya has the same pose as Umi when Chizuru rejected him. Yeah, we talked about this earlier. Is Kazuya the one who can't decide, not Ruka? Yeah, Ruka made a decision. Well, hold on. Ruka can't make logical decisions anymore. Kazuya can't decide. It's both. They're meant to be mirrors. They're meant to be mirrors. Please understand. What I mean is that Ruka has lost control of her desires and she can't make logical decisions anymore. Kazuya can make logical decisions. He's choosing not to. He can't make emotional decisions. That's Kazuya's problem. Ruka has lost control of her emotions and can't control her logical decisions. Kazuya, in contrast, is also losing control of his emotions and can't make decisions. He can't decide, but he has to. That's the point of Ruka. Ruka is literally forcing him to make a choice. How ironic, she literally forces herself on him. Do you see the irony of Ruka's character? She's literally forcing herself on him, and in so doing, needing to force him to make a choice if he does not want this thing to happen again. He is being forced into a position to make a choice. He must make a choice. And it's going to keep happening. It's not going to go away. Ruka's not going to go the fuck away. And I think that's really, really important. And I think that's also going to be important for Chizuru's character and how she perceives and understands Ruka's character. Because Kazuya is very much blind to Mami, and in many ways forgetting Ruka, right? He's blind to Mami and he's forgetting Ruka. Chizuru, in contrast, is blind to Ruka and forgetting Mami. They're kind of the flips of each other. She's blind to Ruka and she's forgetting Mami because she sees Ruka in such a positive light. Let's see. First thing that Kazuya needs to do in the next chapter, to not permit to enter the house. Draw the line, Kazuya. Yeah, that is going to be important, right? There is literally a line in Kazuya's home, and if he does not want it to be crossed, he must take an action so it does not be crossed. So I think it's going to be important to see how Kazuya handles it next chapter. Fate, now we know that Reiji was talking about. Okay, we already read this. Kazuya's pose on the field. Okay, we already said this. I feel like Reiji was thinking about his family's old cherry farm whenever he was talking about the farm. Oh my god, mother farm, cherry farm. Reiji had an entire farm in his family home that is gone now. So he's literally alluding to that. Oh, he was talking about this like a long ass time ago, and now he's bringing up the farm thing, bro. Let's see. I think both chapters are interesting, especially how Ruka positions herself. You don't need another bacon using AI like this all the time. Now we have to wait 2 more weeks after what happened last time. Insane cliffhanger, right? It is a good cliffhanger. The anger. Okay. Reiji specifically said he was using up his backlog of storyboards while they decided what to do. When did he say this? I've never heard this. Andrew, if you're gonna say stuff like that, please give me a source. I did not hear this anywhere. I follow Reiji extensively, so I didn't hear this. So if you're gonna say a statement like that, give me a fucking source, because I don't believe you. I've never heard this. No, I've literally never heard this. To me, sounds like you made it the fuck up. This sounds like someone just came up with that and he made the fuck up, because what I've heard from Reiji on his Twitter space is completely different. What he said on his Twitter space is that he has a fucking plan and he really wants this plan to work. He literally described it like this. This is how he described it. He's like, when I first started this idea, it felt like I was looking at a light post, or is that what it's called? It's like when you're in a ship and you're seeing a light post. Is that what that's called? Or is that like a light beacon? What are those called? Light beacon ships. Oh, a light tower. I think it's like a light tower. No, not a light ship. A light tower or something. Light tower. Light tower for ships. Something like that. God, I can't remember the name. I'm gonna scroll it down really quick. Someone would decide it. Lighthouse. Thank you. Lighthouse. There we go. Thank you. I knew someone would say it. Lighthouse. Yes. Thank you. No. So Reiji literally said this was his description when he was talking about this current arc, and what his vision is like. He said when he first started this, he is like on a ship and he sees a lighthouse. And he said, you know what? I saw a better lighthouse over there. I'm going to go to that. That's pretty much how he said it. I saw a better, brighter lighthouse. I want that lighthouse. That's pretty much how he described it. He's like, there is a better destination that I want. There is a more suitable destination that I want. This perfectly reflects where he is right now. The story is in a very tumultuous state. The story is in a state where things could technically go very, very wrong. And he has a vision to how to get out of this very wrong situation. And the first one he saw was that immediate lighthouse. The second lighthouse is even better. And that's what he's aiming for. I really think that is his big idea. And that's why I just don't agree that Reiji's just burning through storyboards. That sounds very like disingenuous to the type of writer that he is, who puts his fucking effort to every goddamn storyboard and goes like fucking ham with everything. Like, do you see how much I sit down and dissect chapters and how much he storyboards them and how much he goes into every little fucking detail? Like, every little fucking detail is important. So to say Reiji's just burning through his backlog of storyboards is just really not fair. I just really don't think that's accurate. Now, I think I understand what you're specifically referring to. Reiji made a lot of storyboards ahead of time. And what I mean by that is that, fuck, I dropped something. Oh, the antacids. I had antacids over here. It's empty now. I used it yesterday. No, so Reiji said that he had a backlog because what happened was he is super mega ahead. He is super omega ahead. So when he says I have a backlog of storyboards, he's literally saying these are chapters I already finished. I already finished these chapters. I just have to draw them. So when he's saying he's using up his backlog of storyboards, he's literally catching up. No, he's not trying to decide what to do. He's literally just catching up on the chapters he was already ahead on. Because remember, after the kiss happened, he was ahead by 10 chapters. He was literally ahead by 10 chapters, and he still kind of is ahead by 10 chapters. He's like omega ahead. Like, we're behind. So, for instance, when we got chapter 410, he was on 420. And he literally showed a thing from Sumi on his subfeed. So he literally showed a thing from Sumi around chapter like 410 or 411 or something like that. And then eventually we got Sumi. That's how far away he is. That's literally how fucking far away he is. He showed a little thing from the Sumi chapters. So I think that's where the misunderstanding seems to be coming from. Because we really want to know what's going to happen next, and especially since Ruka showed up just like last time. I had a thought that the chapter covers all the girls right now combined. Ruka's swimsuit, Minnie gym hairstyle. This isn't Minnie's gym hairstyle, though. That's all I got. Nothing from Mami and Sumi. So how's it all the girls combined? I think it's meant to be just an allusion to Ruka. It looked like a mashup for me, too. It is low-key a mashup. You're not 100% wrong, but I see mostly Ruka here. I don't really like the stickers and the little stuff. That's high school stuff. Chizuru doesn't really do that. The black swimsuit, straight up Ruka. The ribbons, straight up Ruka. And specifically, Chizuru kind of looks like a traditional tsundere, which is how you allude to Mami. So there you go. I gave you a way to allude to Mami. This is how Chizuru is alluding to Mami here. Because this is the stereotypical tsundere look. The fucking ribbons and the twin tails. The ribbon twin tails. Which, by the way, I think this is also an allusion to the menstruation arc. Because in the menstruation arc, there was a cover art of Chizuru with twin tails. Which was alluding to her younger days. And how literally twin tails are synonymous with a tsundere as well as it's a younger hairstyle. For instance, if you don't believe me, just look at Frieren. The whole point of Frieren's character, literally from her design, is that she has twin tails, but she's literally old as shit. She's older than everyone, but she has twin tails. And that's why I personally, I like the Japanese voice. Because of how the Japanese voice has this perfect balance between being old as hell while at the same time being a stupid teenager, because she literally is. She's old in our years, but in the years of an elf, she's nothing but a teenager. So literally it's quite fitting in that regard that Frieren looks like that. So this is meant to be alluding to the idea of a teenager. This seems like a teenager on a trip. This makes me think of Oka. When I look at this, I think of Oka. Because Oka has twin tails. She literally looks like Oka. Oka? Is it Oka? Like ow? Oka. Yeah, it literally makes me think of Oka. Oka. How do they pronounce it? I don't remember. So literally, teenager look. She looks like a teenager. That's the idea here. Because Kazuya is turning young, and Mami is a tsundere. I don't like how close Chizuru is standing to the back of the car. It's like Kazuya is going to back into her, hurting her in some way with his new license he shouldn't get because he doesn't see any signs. I do think the license is related to the car in some fashion. But to me, I read it more like she's hiding behind a car. And this seems like an SUV. Specifically, it's this is a Toyota, right? I'm not mixing up my shit, am I? I think that's a Toyota. I'm not stupid. So no, it seems like, is it a Honda or a Toyota? I'm not fucking hell. Toyota logo. Is it a Honda? Okay, I was right. It was a Toyota. I'm like, am I crazy? Am I crazy? No, it's a Toyota. Okay, so yeah, Chizuru's standing behind a Toyota. There might be an importance to this specific car. Something Mute is probably going to catch. So I wouldn't be surprised. So we'll see what Mute says next time, because Mute is probably going to catch that. Oh, better he is going to back into Ruka because Chizuru looks a lot like Ruka in the cover. Oh. There's something about this cover. I do think maybe the car is related to it somehow. Ruka is hiding in shadows, I guess, as Chizuru is hiding in shadows. Ruka, like, permeates this entire chapter. and in some ways, like, this thing he's ignoring while he's focusing on this other thing. And Chizuru, in particular, the thing I really found fascinating about this cover is how Chizuru is in shadows. That's what I found fascinating, is like, why is it hidden? Did you notice that? It's specifically hidden. Right? This thing is very specifically hidden. Whereas Kazuya is in the open. Right? Kazuya is in the open. Chizuru is specifically hidden. It's almost like we're not seeing Chizuru. She's literally behind the car. There it is. She's literally behind the drive. He's focusing on his driver's license and what he wants to do. I'm so dumb. Look at what he says. Every time he talks about, I've researched a lot since then. We can also eat out there. Plus an hour and a half is the perfect length for the drive. He's placing the car in front of her. Not that the car is going to back into her. He's placing the car in front of her. She's over here dressing up perfectly for him and trying to look the best that she can for him, but she's literally hidden behind the car. He's so much more focused on the driving date that he's literally not seeing her, as a mirror to how you literally don't see Ruka coming. And that's something Reiji was definitely doing during the date, because during the date, the whole idea was that Chizuru is starting to understand how Ruka feels when she's with Kazuya, because Kazuya literally doesn't pay attention to her, doesn't see her, doesn't notice what she fucking wants. He's literally fucking ignoring her. Chizuru starts understanding how Ruka felt invisible, literally constantly asking Kazuya, is this what you did with Ruka, not realizing that what he's currently doing right now is what he's doing with Ruka. In contrast, Ruka's starting to understand how Chizuru feels. In so doing, Chizuru and Ruka are parallels. So here, the car is in front of Chizuru, and Chizuru is hidden in the shadow of the car. Therefore, as we start the chapter with Kazuya getting his temporary license, the focus is more on the car and what Kazuya can do with the car and how the car is going to reward him than Chizuru herself. That is the point. He misses all of it. An hour and a half is a perfect length for a drive. No, it isn't. That's actually quite fucking long. Okay? Then here, a farm is a nice, easy place to ask her to go. Compared to the city date she's had as a rental girlfriend, this is completely new experience. Actually, is it? Do you know that for a fact? Can Chizuru actually go out that far? Maybe Chizuru can't for some reason. He never even considers there might be a reason Chizuru can't go that far. Never even crosses his mind. I've done my research since then. A lot of it. Did you now? You did a lot of research now, did you? Clearly you fucking didn't. So the whole point, in my opinion, is that this is an illusion. Kazuya got this permit. He got this temporary license. His driving instructor told him he did great. Every sign is telling him he is doing fantastic. Everything is telling him he's hit the midpoint. He's hit the midway point. He's almost there. He's gonna succeed. This is all bait. This is all bait. Like I said last time, the farm was bait. This is bait. You fell for it hook, line, and sinker. We think we're through the midway point. We think everything is going correctly. Then Ruka shows up. Oh, sorry, you said something about a fucking midway point? Oh, sorry, you said something about a fucking midway point? It reminds me so much of like how Invincible uses its villains, where just as you think like the Invincible War is over and things have calmed down and you're starting to recover, Conquest shows up. Oh, sorry, you needed a minute? Excuse me, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Prepare for my arrival, worm. Ruka's just Conquest. I just imagine Conquest with the ribbons. Prepare for my arrival, worm. Dude, just Ruka with with fucking Negan's voice. Oh my god. Oh my god. Prepare for my arrival, worm. That's literally what I just said. Oh, really? I just scrolled down. I'm curious what people are thinking. So Ruka is still invisible despite. I read that as invincible. God damn it. I read that as invincible. God damn it. Let's see. So Ruka is still invisible despite the fact that she's acting like Chizuru. That's a little sad. Exactly. That's the whole point. It doesn't matter what you act like and who you present yourself to be. You're still gonna be invisible. You have to be seen for you and not for anyone else. Ruka can't be Chizuru. Ruka taking off her ribbons to look more like Chizuru achieved nothing. Kazuya has literally just ignored her. So she literally went to his house and he still doesn't see her. So sorry, let me scroll back up, see what other people are saying. Kazuya is probably gonna let her in. He is in spineless mode. I don't think so. Remember, what did Shumi just instill in Kazuya? Confidence. He has false confidence. So I think that's what's really important. He has false confidence. So what's he gonna do with this false confidence? What's he gonna do with that? What's he gonna do with his false confidence? How's he gonna act with his false confidence? That's different. Kazuya didn't have this confidence. You know, I think Ruka is showing up to maybe shatter his confidence. But what's he going to do with what he currently has? I think Ruka, again, I still think Ruka might still possibly be the trigger of how Kazuya, like, maybe realizes he's the villain. I still think Ruka might be the trigger because Ruka is central to this, you know? Ruka, a huge part of the reason she's acting the way she's acting is because of his actions. So I think Ruka, she can still be his trigger of realizing he's the bad person. So this chapter builds a very massive high only to drag you down the moment Ruka shows up. And I think that's quite important. What annoys me about the chapter is that it had nothing to do with self-improvement, even though that's what it was promoted as. No, it's not about self-improvement. This chapter is like Kazuya has improved. No. So this chapter gives Kazuya the license, the indicator that he has improved. It's literally exactly my description for 393 when I wrote my essay for that one. My thread for 393, it literally describes how Kazuya literally needs a license to get what he wants. He feels like he needs a license to have the thing that he desires. So now he has a temporary license. He's almost there. He almost has the license to get the love that he desires. As a direct parallel to that, he has all these plans that are perfect. He has a confession. He has confidence. He has all the things that qualify to a lot of readers as Kazuya being good enough for love. He's literally becoming the Chad they think he is. That's the point. He's in a sense, by the metric of a rom-com, by the metric of manga and how romance plays out in manga, he has absolutely reached that point. This chapter isn't so much lying to you as it's telling you these things are false. This chapter isn't so much lying to you. It's like actually just showing you, oh, look, Kazuya is literally doing the thing that almost all rom-com protagonists do. You know, they reach that point where they get that, they get the ability, the power, you know, you trained enough, you worked hard enough, you know, like an anime shonen protagonist in a battle manga. You know, you trained enough, now you're almost there, you can do it, you're seeing the progress, you know, you're seeing the muscles, you know, you're working out in the gym, you're starting to see the muscles, bro. Now you can start, you can start aiming for that higher thing. When love has nothing to do with that. When love has absolutely nothing to fucking do with that. And so literally, it's literally solving the problem. It's literally solving the wrong problem. You're asking the wrong questions. You're solving the wrong problems. You are solving problems. He's not solving problems. He is solving problems. He's not solving the right problems. So what Kazuya solved here is real. What he did here is real. Everything Kazuya did in this chapter is real. None of this is bullshit. What is bullshit is that he's not solving the correct problems. It's like if the teacher gave you 2 + 2 and you went and solved 3 + 3. Yeah, that looks the same. It's not the fucking same. 3 + 3 is 6. 2 + 2 is 4. That's not the same fucking answer. You didn't solve the same problem. You solved the wrong problem. That's what this chapter, in my opinion, is fucking highlighting. You're solving the wrong problems. You're not addressing the real problems. And what happens in the end of the chapter? The real problem shows up. The real problem shows its fucking face. That is perfectly and thematically fitting because you constantly see Kazuya in shadows and what is going on. Kazuya is placing the car ahead of Chizuru. He's placing the car ahead of Chizuru. He's not solving this problem. He's solving that problem. He's solving the Toyota. Oh, the translations are done. The translations are done. Okay, so let's check out the translations really quick. I also asked Crumpy about the Peachy Sai. So let's go from there. So first, right here, right here. This reads, temporary driver's license acquired. We're on our way to the drive date. Okay. And then here, what does this say? I tie my hair up and get in the car, then take me to the sea. Interesting. A part of the drive does have to go through sea. There seems to be a big water separation here. So there is this element of going through the sea. Interesting. Take me to the sea. It's kind of almost indicating we have to return to the beach. It kind of feels like it's almost indicating we have to return to the beach. So much of this has to deal with the ocean. Yeah, she's literally dressed in a swimsuit. Take me to the ocean. Take me to the sea. Kazuya is literally choosing not to go to the sea, anywhere but the sea, when the sea would probably be the most fitting. His phone case is literally that of fish. He's Nemo refusing to go to the sea. He's going anywhere but the sea when he needs to go to the sea. He literally has a fish. That's why Reggie emphasizes the fish on his phone case. He needs to go to the sea. So this is the answer in front of you. This is the answer that Kazuya needs to face. And remember, where did the rejection happen? The rejection happened at sea. It happened on the beach. He needs to go to the ocean. And what does the ocean oftentimes represent? Freedom. Boundless, endless freedom. He literally needs to go to the sea. And he's choosing not to. Yeah, so this is like both the answer and the problem in one. Both the answer and the problem in one. You like how he puts a star on her when Kazuya was using star metaphors? I do think that's quite fitting. He puts a star on her when Kazuya was using star metaphors. You have these right here, which again, look at the bait here. Look at the bait here. Oh look! Oh my god! It's a tease. You get tempted. Okay, let's go to the Ruka section. Scrolling down. The doorbell suddenly rings, and peeking in is Ruka-chan, whom I haven't seen since that day. Next time, front door entrance. For the Peachy Sai, Kazuya says these words. This is the name of a song. How fitting, because when Ruka said, when Minnie said what Kazuya wrote was like a song. Interesting. It's the name of a song. Okay, let's look it up really quick. Okay. So we'll listen to this. I'll listen to the song. It'll just tell you about it. Hanakataba. Oh, I wrote Hanakataba wrong. Okay, let's translate. Translate to English. The flower meaning of Petunia is I feel at peace with you. Of course, that's AI. Fuck. Oh, it's Mother Farm. Oh, we're on the website. Peach size blooms profusely at Mother Farm in the summer. From July approximately okay. Interesting. It translates as pink sai, but I think it's, well, pink sai makes some sense. Also sai is really fitting, right? Pink sai or peachy sai, I think is quite fitting. It's, you're sighing. Remember Chizuru sighed in the very beginning when she found out when Kazuya first confessed to her. For those who don't remember. There was an arc. This is right after Chizuru hears Kazuya's confession. It was called The Girlfriend and the Sigh. Oh, look. Oh, look. What are we seeing here? Ribbon. And it's the pattern that was on, it was the pattern that was on Chizuru's clothes during the, what do you call it? During the cheer update. And then Kazuya runs into Chizuru, and she walks away. And she sighs. As all three things collide. And what do you notice? She is in shadow. She's invisible. The light is behind her. She can't face it. The light is literally behind her. She sighs in shadow. She can't face the light. It's too bright. So how fitting that Kazuya sees these flowers called Petunia and interprets it as honesty, not realizing it might represent Chizuru's honesty and his lack of honesty. So wait, this thing used... Okay, so they used Mother Farm as a basis for their interpretation of the meaning of the flower. Okay. The flower language of peach-colored breath is, if I'm with you, my heart finds peace. Did Kazuya literally misread what it meant? When I'm with you, my heart finds peace, but Kazuya reads it right. So every version I'm reading of this is different. Is honesty from the heart. Did they mistranslate it? Wait, I'm curious. Did they mistranslate it, or did Kazuya literally just get it wrong? This... Wait, Crumpy, I need you. Cecil! I need you! I'm sorry. Different cultures, different meanings. I'm literally looking up the Japanese meaning. I looked it up from the exact place itself. This is from Japan. I'm not looking up the English meaning. Please don't assume I am. I'm literally not. Say so. Okay. Yeah, this is literally what Kazuya saw. Like, if I'm with you, my heart finds peace. That's the description we saw earlier, but not the description Kazuya made. That's the description we saw earlier, but it's not the description Kazuya made. That's why I'm a little fascinated by this. Look at that. Look at that. It's literally perfect. On purpose. You're being chibated. Okay, let's see. Oh god, there's still more I gotta read. Kazuya's license says June 19th, so it's June 19 right now. Where does it say that? Oh, June 19. Yeah, that's when he got it. Well, yeah, we saw that it was the 19th. Or wait. What? It doesn't make sense. Because last chapter, we saw that it was on Twitter, it was the 23rd. Now it's the 19th. Okay, I'm going to go on a wild limb and say the mother farm thing on Twitter was an error, and that's why it was removed in the English version. So that means it's actually the 19th, or Reiji intended for it to be the 19th. And then because it's a mistake, Reiji can use it as a justification for, well, timey-wimey bullshit. You don't know what's real anymore. You know, I think it like unintentionally it ends up working for, like, it's an error that ultimately ends up working because Reiji fucks up time all the time in the manga. Reiji regularly fucks up time in the manga, so he's literally leveraging that as an idea. Like, oh, well, I'm fucking up my time all the time in the manga. Might as well just have that be a theme in the story. Literally paralleling with Kazuya and him losing a track of time. I think Ruka might be a misdirect from Reiji, and interestingly, Chizuru hasn't been shown since the ending of the last volume, and we have 2 chapters till the current volume ends. I wouldn't disagree with that. I think the idea is that you think the same thing is going to happen with Ruka. It's not, but whatever's going to happen with Ruka is going to be an indicator of where we're going to go. Ruka is a misdirect, but she's also something that must be addressed. Because the very nature of Ruka's character is that she's being misdirected away. She doesn't matter in the picture. She's literally in the shadows. So you're right. She is a misdirect, but an intentional misdirect because she's the real problem that needs to be addressed. Right? You literally avoid the problem until it comes knocking on your door. You've probably heard that phrase. Right? Most people tend to avoid the problem until it comes knocking on their door. So literally, Ruka came and knocked on his door, or in this case, rang the doorbell. Doing things for yourself is important. Not knowing how to do something only for yourself is increasingly more common. I don't get why she was dressed like that to play soccer. What? Oh, the clothes that she was wearing? It was meant to be dissonance. So literally, the clothes that you see Chizuru wearing, you think it's for Umi. You think those clothes are for Umi. Reiji is actually indicating to you, because of chapter 398, that it was actually for Kazuya. Because what did you see after 398? Chizuru starts dressing weird. Chizuru starts regularly dressing weird. Every time she's out, she's either cashed the fuck out, or she's constantly dressing differently. And I wrote an entire thing about this, where the clothes that Chizuru is wearing is actually meant to express her love. It is her emotions quite literally overflowing out of her and into her clothes that she is wearing. She literally can't control how she dresses anymore. That's why Chizuru was dressed like that. Initially, you're like, why the fuck is she dressed like this to go and reject Umi and play soccer? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Correct. It doesn't. It's not supposed to. She's literally acting weird. She's literally lost control, and that's reflected in the clothes that she's wearing underneath. Those clothes reflect her honest, real feelings. The clothes that you see her, what you think is happening is not what's happening. The clothes that she wears to go and play soccer with Umi is not clothes she actually wants to wear. The clothes she actually wants to wear that you see later is specifically for Kazuya. It shows how love is so much more about what you specifically want to wear, and of whether that is for that other person and for yourself. Remember, clothes is a big motif of Chizuru's explanation for love, because when she goes to get her clothes for the date, she literally compares it to love. If I want to get these clothes for myself, is that love? What if I want to get these clothes for someone else? Is that love? Which one is love? Is me wearing what I want to wear love, or me wearing what he wants to wear love, or what I want him to think is love? In reality, it's literally what you want to wear and how you want to be seen that's love. It's both. Both are love. It's literally both. And so the clothes Chizuru is wearing is fundamental to this idea. In contrast, what do you see with Kazuya and how he imagines Chizuru? Right? She's literally always wearing the rental clothes. He always imagines her wearing the same rental clothes, whereas he himself is dressed differently and looks cool and masculine. The way he's perceiving her literally misrepresents her. Clothes are central here. Mami starting to literally look like Chizuru, dress like Chizuru, wearing black lace as a fitting motif to how Kazuya desires sex. She desires sex. She's horny too. She compares Kazuya to a red bean bun she wants to fucking eat. She compares him to a red bean bun she wants to fucking eat. She's horny as shit. The clothes literally convey what you're supposed to understand. And so Ruka showing up, loose clothes, ready to get down, very fucking serious. Reiji intentionally panning to the clothes underneath. He literally said this in an interview. The clothes that the characters wear represent who they are, represent what they want to convey. The clothes are very important. If you let Ruka in, maybe she'll see Kazuya's goals and he will, as he didn't take that down. Well, she would misunderstand, wouldn't she? Because she would think he still needs to confess when he already confessed. And she would be kind of confused and be like, wait, what? And I could see Ruka getting confused if she sees that. The next chapter title can mean that Ruka might ask Kazuya to know, insert you just had. Yes, I know. I already said that, weirdo. God damn. Kazuya is going to pretend he is not home. I don't think he will get her in. Oh, he might pull a Chizuru. Oh, he might pull a Chizuru. How fitting would that be? Remember how Chizuru just sat at the door? Remember how Chizuru just sat at the door and pretended she wasn't home? Literally the same thing. How fitting. He might pull a Chizuru. And that would come full circle. That would directly connect to the 3-month time skip. Ruka will threaten Kazuya with failing Chizuru if he doesn't let her in. With telling Chizuru if he doesn't let her in. That would be interesting. She thinks with her head instead of her head. I don't know the female equivalent of that. Oh, she thinks with her head. She's thinking with his head. Ironic that Kazuya is doing the same thing that Chizuru, that Ruka is doing to Kazuya. Ironic that Kazuya is doing the same thing to Chizuru that Ruka is doing to Kazuya. Yes. Okay. Isn't he like 15 chapters ahead? He's like 10. 15 is insane. He's like 10. But what does it mean with the lighthouse? What is the meaning behind it? It's what Ruka wants to be, not Ruka. This is what Ruka wants to be, not Ruka per se. She always wanted to be like Chizuru. I can see that in the image. She's becoming more like Kazuya. How ironic. Eri from School Rumble also has twin tails, and she's also a tsundere. Again, the twin tail thing is very synonymous with tsunderes. Ruka is wearing ribbons, even though she said she quit wearing them since she's an adult now. I explained this earlier. It was her trying to pretend it wasn't real. She was literally trying to put on another mask, but that mask doesn't fit her. It's not real. She's just acting. It was never serious. It's not supposed to be a thing that you're supposed to take seriously. It's literally a kid pretending, right? If you took that seriously, you missed the point. If you took that seriously, you missed the point. She's a kid pretending. Ruka is heavenly delusion. She's got even much major package, very clingy, and is starting to get very concerning. It's like the old saying, don't trust pretty people because they're crazy, except she's not crazy. Okay, well, that saying is stupid. That saying is stupid. Don't trust pretty people is a very stupid saying. If anything, it's literally trying to demonize pretty people just because they look different. Pretty people are normal people too. Doesn't mean they can't make mistakes too. The problem is, I think where that stems from is that people are too trusting of beautiful people, and which I think is wrong. I don't think you should just be overly trusting just because someone is attractive. Rather, you have to learn to look past that. Not because they're crazy, but because you have to learn to look past that. I think that because they're crazy part is stupid. I think that's like missing the point. Don't trust pretty people. I think the idea behind it is somewhat sound in the sense that, like, just because someone is beautiful, it doesn't mean you should openly trust them. Let them earn the trust. Everyone should earn your trust. You shouldn't just trust someone blatantly. No license plate though. Any aspect with that? Oh, Chizuru's standing in front of the license plate. Is she not? Or is she standing right next to it? Oh, it's just invisible. An invisible license plate because it's not real. How fitting. Let's see. Okay. Where were we? Oh, it scrolled down. Fuck. Oh god, catching up to you guys is rough. Catching up to you guys is rough. Okay, Ruka. Okay, we already read this. It has a T on its Honda. It has a T on it. Honda has an H. Yeah, okay. I know. I just doubted myself. The license in the metaphor that everything Kazuya is aiming for is fake. He wants a rental car to go to a rental girlfriend. Yes, kind of. The Toyota logo resembles. Okay, we're not gonna get. Nope. I'm not rating that. Not rating that. How? What? How? I like see it and I don't, and I hate that I see it and I don't. Ugh. My new phone almost just hit the deck. I haven't turned so fast in a hot minute. I almost pulled something too. I know if it's me over analyzing, but I don't. But don't the cracks on Kazuya's phone look like the power lines in 385? Kind of. It's literally meant to mirror a. It's a broken connection. So kind of. It's literally like an inverse. So Ruka is still invisible despite the fact that she's acting like Chizuru. That's a little sad. She's not acting like Chizuru anymore. She's still just invisible. Ruka is just Negan when he first showed up. You have no guts. Oh no. Oh no. Isn't false confidence just arrogance? Yes. What Kazuya is having right now is just arrogance. False confidence isn't a bad way to gain real confidence because collapsed confidence has to shatter into a billion pieces for real confidence to gain because you understand what you lack. Yeah. But also no, because false confidence is bad because some people just delude themselves. Kazuya lacks internal happiness. June 19 is correct date in the story. It's just Kazuya is about to roughly 3 weeks to figure out that to not let make the week, blah, 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 blah. He looks like the villain in the picture. Yes, he does. He does kind of look like the villain in the picture. That's the whole idea. Instead of another master date plan, he really only needs to say something like, "How have you been? I've missed you so much." Reiji really makes Kazuya look bad here, so when he gets rejected again by Chizuru, the readers will say the reverse is because of the build-up Reiji makes. I don't think he's gonna get rejected. I think you're missing the point. I think Kazuya by the end of this is going to look like a monster and view himself as a monster, and Chizuru is going to accept him regardless. Why does Kazuya look like Chaozu in that one picture? Oh my god, kind of. Unless Chizuru wants to go back to the ferry ride. The ferry. It's like a mermaid. See Umi. Oh. Yes, see Umi. He is afraid of Umi the sea. Yes. We've been over this. He never got over it. Kazuya is the sort of like a bashed whale. He's lost the fish in him. Yeah, Kazuya is afraid of Umi as he is afraid of the sea. He is meant to mirror Nemo and how Nemo is afraid of the sea. In particular, I think Kazuya is maybe more akin to Marlin. Whereas Marlin doesn't trust the sea. Marlin is terrified of the sea. When Kazuya got the Nemo fish keychain, what he doesn't understand is that he's Marlin. You think Kazuya is Nemo, but doesn't wouldn't you say like in some respects both of them are Nemo and Marlin at the same time, where Chizuru is trying to find Nemo, so she's technically Marlin, and she doesn't trust the sea. Right, whereas here it's almost indicating to you she does trust the sea and she wants to go there, whereas Kazuya doesn't trust the sea, and he's more like Nemo when he got put in the aquarium. He got terrified of going out there, and he has to be willing to go out there. He's literally a fish trapped in his aquarium. My MC trying to make a path for himself in this girl somehow with the crazy situation he is unfortunately trying to make a change and fix later. Oh no, I don't know what you're trying to say. Sorry. The place even looks more beautiful in real life version because you picked the best place to get rejected again. Okay, Wiz, enough of this shit. It's getting old. This place outside of Tokyo where rental girlfriends are allowed to travel with their clients at work. Yes, exactly. That is kind of important. But Kazuya going there it would indicate to Chizuru that he can go there and she's not a rental girlfriend. That's do you see the problem with the irony? So you actually made an accurate statement that I like here. Kazuya is taking Chizuru to a place where a rental girlfriend can't go, and yet what does Chizuru look like? She looks like her rental girlfriend mode. He's taking a real person to a place a rental girlfriend can't go, and yet he imagines Chizuru as a rental girlfriend. A delusion is when you believe your thoughts are real. That is what a delusion is. It is when you believe your thoughts are real. Doesn't this look real? And yet this isn't the real Chizuru. She's dressed in rental clothes. That's not the real her. So how can he take her to a place if this isn't the real her? He's doing something that a rental girlfriend can't do, and yet in his head, he's taking a rental girlfriend there. Some dude on Reddit compared this with the Freezer's Hell. So funny. Freezer's Hell? You mean Frieza's Hell, where he's like trapped under a tree and it's all happy and wonderful? I'm confused. It's provisional driver's license, right? Ruka is someone you must keep at arm's length and take it at face value all the same time. No, not necessarily. I don't think he should keep Ruka at arm's length, but at the same time, he needs to tell her what she's doing wrong, and he's not doing that. I reply to you for the flower meaning if you want. Oh, okay, let's go check that out. Let's go check that out. Flower meaning. Okay. So as it is, plain truth, bare, undisguised varnish, unexchanged, honest, true, frank, candid. Interesting. Plus heart. Okay. Anyway, look at that. It seems Reiji took this this photo for the double spread. And how fitting, because Kazuya does too. Yeah, so here, let me move myself so you guys can see. So there's this image, and here's the double spread. It's not, yeah, I think Reiji took that picture on purpose. I think Reiji chose to use that picture on purpose, but he changed it. As you can tell, it isn't quite the same. He changed it. He had the flowers popping into it. So like this part is not part of the picture. He drew these flowers. This part is not part of the picture. He drew these, but this part is. And I think that's intentional because it's meant to reflect how Kazuya is literally looking at a picture and imagining himself and Chizuru there. Kazuya is literally looking at a picture and imagining himself and Chizuru there. He's making his thoughts reality. Therefore, it is a delusion. Therefore, what he is seeing is nothing more than a delusion. So no. So Wiz, good job. You actually had an interesting thing to say that didn't piss me the fuck off for once. She refers to him as a red bean bun that she wants to take away from the someone else's hands. Yeah. Yeah. Here, let's look at that chapter again. So what did Mami pick? What did Mami pick? Mami took the meat bun, right? And then she wanted the red bean bun after. Right? She took the meat bun and she wanted the red bean bun after. So in the very beginning of the chapter, when she's presented a choice, she picks the meat bun. Yeah, the brother takes the red bean bun. So Mami is saying you're the so she's openly admitting that's what she's doing. Which I think fits with the motif of the current arc, which is basically embracing the fact that you're the villain. I think the real underlying theme of this current arc is embracing the fact that you are the villain. And the only one that's really it feels like everyone's kind of doing that, but not really. So what do I mean? Ruka literally looks like a bad person right now, doesn't she? And she doesn't care, and she's willing to keep going and doing it, right? Mami just admitted to herself that she is the bad person, and that what she's doing is literally as her brother described, right? Her brother literally said, the moment you lose something used to be yours, you just start wanting it all over again. And now she's literally admitting it to herself that, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I do want him all over again. As she literally, what does she do in the bath? She acts like a tsundere. She says, it's not like that, you idiot. Like a tsundere. In reality, it is like that. It's exactly like that. Right? But then you have Minnie. Right? Minnie is like, I'll be the villain if it means Kazuya gets to be the hero. You know, so she goes to Chizuru. She confronts Chizuru. She calls Chizuru out on all the stuff. Right? So every character, even Kazuya in some degree, Kazuya, no. Kazuya wants to be the hero. He doesn't want to admit he's the villain. And this is very important. This is very, very important. right? So Mini, you saw how Mini does it, you saw how Ruka does it, you saw how Mami does it. But Sumi's a little different. Sumi doesn't want to be Cupid anymore. So she doesn't want to be a good person anymore. She's kind of done being a good person. She wants to be a bad person. She wants to get what she wants. But she doesn't do it. You turn to Kazuya. Kazuya just is so convinced he's a hero. He's the hero. He has to be the hero, but he can't admit to himself that he's the bad person in the picture. And then finally, the most important, the opposite of literally everyone, Chizuru, who openly accepts the role of the villain if it means Kazuya is happy. She sees her actions, she knows exactly what she's doing, and she says it's okay. That's fine. I'm okay being the villain. I don't mind. I see my actions. I know what I'm doing isn't right. By the metric of society, what I'm doing is not correct. And that is fine. That's literally what she tells Minnie. Yeah, I know I will be hated. I will not be liked. People will hate me. And I think it does a great job of reframing when she first tells Minnie about the play. It does a great job of reframing when she told Minnie about the play. She tells Minnie, I'm going to focus on this play and I'm not going to have a boyfriend. And everybody fucking hated her. Everybody fucking hated her. Just as they hated her when she rejected Kazuya. The same exact thing. She's willing to be the villain and reject Kazuya for his happiness. Just as right now, she's willing to be the villain if it means she finds her answer and she can actually be with him. She's okay with being the villain. This is very important because in Hawaiians, she was terrified of being the villain. The whole point of Hawaiians is that she's utterly fucking terrified of being the villain. She was so scared of being hated. She was utterly terrified of Nagomi hating her. She was utterly terrified of the family perceiving her poorly. But now, no. It's the total opposite. I'm okay with being hated. I'm willing to face that head on. I'm okay with that. When she picks up the phone, when Kazuya calls her after Umi, she's like, if he hates me, so be it. If he hates me, so be it. Fine. I accept this role. I will take that bullet. I'm willing to do this for his happiness. Okay. Why is this important? Because all the other characters who are seemingly embracing their villain roles aren't. They're all lying to themselves. They're not actually seeing their actions. Ruka says, I just got to keep pushing. You know, I just got to keep pushing. I just got to try fucking harder. I can break through. I can get through. She doesn't actually see how she's literally assaulting Kazuya and traumatizing him and making him feel guilty for all of this. She's not doing it for love. What she's doing is not for love. What Chizuru is doing is for love. And she's okay looking like the villain and being perceived as a villain if it means she reaches love. Flip it on to Mami. Let's go to Mami now. Mami thinks, oh yeah, I'm the villain. I do want to just steal him away, right? Mami, you're his abuser. You abused him. You outed him into his entire family. You think you can have a fucking relationship with him? You think you can fucking steal him from someone? Girl, you need to atone. You're not actually embracing the villain role. You're embracing what you think to be the villain role. Do you see how they're delusional? They think they're embracing the villain role. They're not. And this directly acts as a parallel to Kazuya. And as well as Sumi. Kazuya is so sure he's the hero. He's so sure that he's the hero. Because Chizuru can't be the villain. But if Chizuru can't be the villain and he always forgives her, doesn't that technically mean he has to be the villain? Because if she's never the villain, who is? There can't be no villains. That's not how it works. There can't be no villains. Right? You can say I have no enemies, but there are bad people. Unfortunately, there are bad people in the world. technically, you're right. You have no enemies. No one is truly your enemy. I think that's true. However, you can make yourself your own worst enemy. You are the villain. So in Kazuya constantly forgiving Chizuru and trying to be her hero as a direct parallel to Hawaiians, what is he doing? He's making himself the villain. He is in many ways, stringing Ruka along. He is in many ways stringing Mami along, letting her think that what she's doing is okay, letting Ruka think that what she's doing is okay, letting them think they're embracing their villain roles, but they're not actually doing anything like truly bad. They're doing and in turn, they do horrendous things. Kazuya is the villain thinking he's the hero. Just as Mami is. Mami thinks she's embracing her villain role to truly be the hero. She's not being the hero. She's merely becoming an even eviler person and doesn't even realize she's doing this. It's the exact same with Ruka. She's becoming a whole level of evil that she doesn't even realize she's doing. And how does this all directly connect to Sumi and to Minnie? Well, with Sumi, what's fascinating about that is that you think that Sumi is being the proper support. You think that Sumi is being the proper helper here, right? She's helping Kazuya, right? Except Sumi is the reason Kazuya ended up quoting a whole bunch of films that all end terribly. Well, almost most of them do, right? Most of them have some sort of bittersweet or semi-tragic ending. And then ultimately, the last film he quotes is from Dracula, a movie where where Dracula enthralls a bunch of people. And he literally loses control of himself. It's almost like Sumi doesn't want to be Cupid anymore, but she never was. And that actually shows exactly in the thing she ultimately chose to do for him. In reality, much like Kazuya, Sumi, who looks like our hero, who have we been cheering on this whole time, is secretly the villain. Just as she's her own worst enemy, she's Kazuya's. Because if you can't even trust yourself, how can you help and trust someone else? This directly parallels to Minnie, who thinks she's doing the right thing, who's so sure she's doing the right thing, who's solving all these problems, and yet all she's doing is solving the wrong problems. And solving the wrong problems, you're distracting from the real issues and never actually facing those, acting as a direct parallel to Kazuya yet again. Minnie and Sumi are Kazuya's two sides, where one of them solves the wrong problems and one of them gives him the wrong direction to go. Sumi gives him the wrong problem to solve, right? And then Minnie solves those problems. They are directly connected. Ruka represents Kazuya's indecisiveness, his unwillingness to make a choice. Mami has a parallel yet a reversal of that, because Mami is the one who seemingly is unwilling to make a true choice, whereas Ruka is actually actively making a choice, but it's because she's unable to make choices anymore. She's lost control of her choices. She is literally enthralled by Dracula. Mami is kind of the flip of that. Mami is this person who can't make choices, but the reason she can't make choices is because she's actually the villain. It's her lack of choices reflects all the choices she's already made. Whereas Ruka, her choices in many ways were never truly her own because she's a kid and she doesn't truly have control of herself. Mami does have control of herself and she's letting someone else control her, directly paralleling Kazuya and how he's letting other people control her. She made Kazuya her. She made Kazuya her victim. He became exactly like her. All of these characters inherently connect and influence aspects of Kazuya's character, just as Kazuya influences aspects of their characters. They're parallels. Every character is a parallel to another, and even those four female characters directly connect to Chizuru, and they all reflect different aspects of her. Mami, in particular, is the part of Chizuru that she needs to forgive. Ruka is the part of Chizuru that Chizuru needs to stop idolizing. That she might not be as beautiful as she thinks she is. Just as Sayuri might not be as brilliant and beautiful as Chizuru thinks she is. She was probably flawed and messy as well. Just as Mami represents Chizuru's mom. Mami represents Chizuru's mom, and how Chizuru's mom might not be so horrible as Chizuru thought she was. They are literally the two sides, direct parallels. Chizuru idolizes Ruka just as she idolizes Sayuri. Chizuru demonizes Mami just as she demonizes her mom. But both characters are not exactly these specific things. Mami isn't so demonic as she appears because she's still ultimately trapped in a horrible environment, and Ruka isn't so saintful as she appears because she does horrible things too. Now you take that further into Mami, and then you take that further into Sumi and Minnie. Sumi is Chizuru's Sumi represents Chizuru's bottling up of emotions. She represents the part of Chizuru that doubts herself. She represents how Chizuru is actually quite shy, like really shy, and how Chizuru, for some part of the story, kind of used her shyness as an excuse to not do what she wants. But she also represents the part of her that truly understands her, right? The real her in many ways, because Sumi is in many ways a representative of the real her, which is shown through Rental. How fitting that the rental girlfriend is the one who truly understands her. In contrast, you have Minnie. Minnie is the surface. Minnie is how Chizuru looks on the surface, but she shares Chizuru's feelings and yet doesn't see them, as a parallel to how Chizuru doesn't see her own feelings. How Chizuru looks in the mirror and can't see herself. That Minnie directly parallels that because Minnie is literally blind when she looks at Chizuru. She closes her fucking eyes, not realizing Chizuru and her feel the same exact way. They share the same exact feelings and emotions. Minnie doesn't fucking notice that ever, just as Chizuru can't see her own feelings when she looks in the mirror. Every single character represents a different facet of another character, and that character represents a different facet of them. It's actually literally brilliant fucking writing. This is how you write character dynamics and relationships, right? Mami's brother right here, represents the part of Mami that knows what is true. She knows what is true. Except it also reflects indecision. He reflects the other part of Mami, how he himself is privileged, and this doesn't impact him at all, and yet he feels the need to voice that. Isn't it super fitting in that regard, then, that this chapter specifically calls back to Hawaiians, and how her brother does not see his own privilege in this chapter, just as Mami in this instance does not see her own privilege. That she gets to sit in this nice, fancy train all to herself, no one else is there. And yet it also reflects a sort of loneliness, that a lot of rich people kind of are lonely, that despite being so privileged, they kind of have nothing. You know, their life kind of fucking sucks. She's literally sitting alone, just as her brother, in many ways, despite being right next to Mami, does not see her and does not bond with her and does not connect with her, and is a terrible brother in many respects, because despite calling her out here, he actually is the one who offered her the choice. He's the one who chooses to live under her father's rule and never sees her lack of choices. And so he never questions, why does Mami constantly want these things that she doesn't have? And he doesn't realize the reason she does this is because she never really gets a choice. So naturally, Mami has this taught behavior inside of her to constantly try to get something she doesn't have, not realizing it stems from the fact that her father has always robbed her of a choice. Her brother never clocks this because he lives in his own little privilege, saying this is the problem when this is merely the symptom of the problem. The real problem is the dad, who never let her have a choice in the first place. So naturally, every time Mami makes a choice, she doesn't think about it, and then she doubts the choice she actually wanted, and she thinks this is the choice I want. This perfectly reflects the issue with Kazuya, and how Kazuya is the red bean bun. Kazuya is the choice Mami thinks she wants, not the actual choice she wants. She thinks she wants Kazuya. She doesn't actually want Kazuya. What she wants is a fucking choice. That's what she really wants. She wants choice. When she looks at Kazuya, she thinks, this is the love I want. It's not. Because the love she's admiring in Kazuya, the love she's really into in Kazuya, is actually quite flawed and broken. She hasn't seen true love yet. She's seen a glimpse of true love. She saw an idea of true love when she saw Kazuya and Chizuru kiss. That snapped her out of it, but now she's trapped in an illusion. Now she's trapped in her own delusions, thinking this is reality when it is not. She is making her thoughts reality when her thoughts are not reality. She is trapped in her own little world, not seeing the true reality of what's going on. That is the layers of what's happening here. Every character is in many ways in their own delusion. And the real thing Mami truly desires is a choice to fucking live, a choice to fucking do something with her own life that her dad does not get to decide. And that is, I think, what Mami's ultimately going to learn through Kazuya and Chizuru's love. The idea of making a choice, that you have to choose to be in love. You have to choose to stay in love with someone. You have to choose to be with someone, not tell yourself you're making a choice when someone else is deciding for you. Exactly as Kazuya, the exact mistake Kazuya makes in this current chapter, where he thinks he needs to give Chizuru the answer. And that was Chizuru's mistake in the date, I would argue. Chizuru's mistake in the date, I would argue, is that she wanted Kazuya to give her the answer because she couldn't find the answer herself. In reality, a part of Chizuru in the date was kind of running away. That's true. A part of Chizuru in the date was kind of running away. She was here, she was trying to face this stuff, and she was absolutely putting in an effort. But a part of her was kind of running away. A part of her wanted Kazuya to give her the answer because she couldn't find it. Now Chizuru really confronted that part. Now Chizuru really faced that part, and she's like, you know what? I need to find the answer. I keep trying to get everyone else to give me the answer, and no one can. Not a single person can give her the answer. She has to find it herself. No one is going to give you the answer. No one is going to tell you who you are, what you want, or what you're going to do with your life, because it is yours. Mami let her brother give her the answer, right? Mami let her brother give her the answer. Kazuya wants to give Chizuru the answer. Ruka wants Kazuya to give her the answer. Everybody wants an answer from someone else. Even here, even in I think the opening cover kind of low-key represents that. Chizuru is dressed up and wanting Kazuya to take her to the sea. Chizuru is all dressed up and wanting Kazuya to take her to the sea. But here's the important thing. Here's the important thing. Did Kazuya ever tell Chizuru that they're going on a date? He just said he was asking her out. And that's a good thing. No one said anything about a date. Did you notice that? When Kazuya asked Chizuru out, he never specified, I'm asking you out on a date. He never spoke these words. He was never clear that this was a date. All that was cleared up is that it was a good thing, that they're going to meet up on July 11th. Not that this was a date. He never considered Chizuru might be making her own plans. He never even checked with her. This is something he actually did do when they went on the real date. He went and checked with her. He talked with her. They made the plans together for the most part. Ironic how the real date had a bit more structure to it than this current date, wouldn't you say? It's almost like this is literally written around the real date. This is written around the real love and how in that arc, it despite having so much fake shit in it, it was surprisingly quite real. Whereas this, Kazuya hasn't even communicated to Chizuru. He just thinks this is what she's going to do. He just believes this is what she's going to do. She's going to dress up and be like, "Ayo, just take me wherever. You're in control. You're guiding everything." Except you already saw that that's not the case. You already saw that this is not the case. And you see that perfectly in 397. There's already hints to you, Chizuru is not going to do what he wants. There's already very clear hints to you, Chizuru is not going to do what he wants. And it starts right here. So Kazuya calls, Chizuru doesn't just immediately answers, she pauses. There's a bit of a wait. She doesn't just immediately answer, she pauses. And she answers, and she's a little crestfallen. Crescent moon, crestfallen. Okay. She listens to him. She asks specifically, right? So Kazuya asks her on the date, right? He just says, will you go out with me? Are you free? We hope we could go out together, right? He never specifies it's a date. Chizuru's like, yeah, let's go out. Kazuya gets what he wants. Okay, I'll get things ready. She doesn't even know what the fuck that means, right? It sounds like it's a date. She stops him. She doesn't let him hang up. Did you notice that? It's already being laid out for you. She doesn't let him hang up. She wants to say her side. She doesn't just let him control the tempo. She tells him how she feels, and you don't see her looking at the moon. The moon is right over her. She literally doesn't see it. The moon reflects her own blindness. Her eyes are closed. I'm really sorry. Kazuya says this. He makes her feel better, but she got what she wanted because she put an effort in. So it's not actually dictated by Kazuya truly. Then when Kazuya says, well, you don't need me to tell you that, as he's about to hang up, again, she says, wait. Right? She doesn't just let him control the tempo. She says her piece. I'm looking forward to it. When I can open my eyes. Right? When I can see the moon. I am looking forward to when I can see the moon. When I can see love. As she looks up at the moon. She walks forward, eyes open. Ready to face whatever's ahead. He lies down, eyes closed, crying, laughing. He's in light and he can't see any of it. In the shadows, looking up at the light. Ready to face whatever comes next. She said her piece. She took control. He didn't just control everything. She took control. She had some influence in the relationship. It was also her relationship. It wasn't just his. They both got something here. The reason this conversation works so incredibly well is specifically because Chizuru takes initiative. In this entire conversation, Chizuru takes initiative. She doesn't just let him do what he wants. She says what she wants. He doesn't get to define how she feels. She says what she feels. And that is literally the whole point of the thing with Minnie. That is literally the whole point of the thing with Minnie, where when Minnie confronts her, Chizuru does not let Minnie dictate her pace. No matter how many times she talks to Minnie, she doesn't let Minnie dictate her pace. She's like, I'm going to do this my way. I don't care what you think of it. I'm going to do it my way. She stops giving a shit what Minnie blatantly thinks. And even when she goes to Minnie and opens up to her about the kiss and talks to her, she still ultimately disagrees with Minnie and says, I am sticking to this path. I am not letting you decide this path for me. She is certain of what she wants. She's like, this is what I'm going to do. This is the thing I've been putting off. I have to do this. I have to face this. And I think Chizuru chose separation intentionally. I think Chizuru intentionally chose separation. She wanted to be separated. Because everyone constantly says, oh, Chizuru is only going to learn that she's in love with Kazuya if she almost loses him. So she's like, you know what? Fine. Challenge accepted. I'll do that. I'm not going to talk to him for a month and a half. I'm going to focus on what I want, and I'm going to think about my feelings, and whenever I feel them, I'm going to think about them. I'm going to process them. I'm going to dig into this, I'm going to dig into these emotions and feel them and think about them every single time. And so naturally, every time you cut to Chizuru, she's thinking about the kiss. She's thinking about what that kiss meant. She's lost in that kiss, lost in her thoughts, letting herself overthink, letting herself getting into these feelings. Whenever you cut to Kazuya, he's never really thinking about any real experiences they shared. He's thinking about like very specific things and literally delusions, dreams, things he wants to happen that aren't actually happening. Whereas Chizuru is thinking about a real moment that did happen constantly, all the fucking time. She's thinking about something real. He's thinking about something that never even happened and might not happen. Okay, sorry. I got into a big fucking... Whew, I kind of popped off there. This is kind of how I write sometimes. It's kind of how I write sometimes. It's just kind of like, I go nuts. I'm just like constant cooking. Next meal. The constant cooking. Next meal. the constant cooking. Next meal. I'm like in a fucking Gordon Ramsay fucking style what is it? Kitchen. Granted, I hear Gordon Ramsay's food isn't that great. I don't know. I hear he makes good burgers. That's kind of it. Chizuru, carrot, Mami, steamed buns. Chizuru wants the carrot, Mami wants the steamed bun. Ooh. Ooh. Logo for Zach Krieger's Resident Evil. Ooh, it looks just like the games. Well, the remakes specifically. I kind of want to see this. I haven't wanted to see a movie in a hot minute, but I kind of want to see this new Resident Evil movie. I kind of hope it's peak. I genuinely kind of hope it's peak. I want the new Resident Evil movie to be peak. Okay. I really like the cover art. It had a completely different feel to it. Come to think of it, are there fewer readers today? Maybe. I think it's because people didn't know the chapter would be coming out today. I think a lot of people still don't know that the chapter was coming out today. We definitely had a lot less people in like the stream itself. I do think we definitely had a lot less people in the stream itself. So I think it's just because not many people knew the chapter had actually come out today. I think rather, so Roman says, Kazuya's date's plan is going to be a total disaster. Think about it. Kazuya's like a sheep or cattle going to a farm to get slaughtered. Yikes. So I think what's going to happen is that Chizuru is intentionally going to derail the plan. I think what's going to happen is that Chizuru is going to see a pattern. She's going to be like, oh, like if the date happens, if how I imagine the date to happen, if it does happen, I think Chizuru is going to see a pattern, and she's going to intentionally derail the plan. She's going to be like, okay, this is, yeah, I kind of don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. We don't need to do all that. And Kazuya's going to be like, what the fuck? But I put all this work in. She's like, I don't think we need to do all that. And so what I could imagine actually happening, which would be kind of cool, is they get into a fight. Which is something they desperately fucking need. Like, instead of this entire date plan, I think it would be so much more fitting if they just get into a fight. Which I think is just so much more fitting. And that's if it plays out straight. That's if it plays out straight. I don't even know if this is even going to be playing out straight. But I literally think Chizuru, like, is not going to go with what his plan is. I think Chizuru is not going to go with his plan. I think she's going to be like, I don't think we need to do all that. Right? Or she's going to do something. Maybe at first she'll let it play out. Maybe at first she'll let it play out. Like, just to hang out with him, just to see what changed. And then when she notices what's happening, then maybe she might, like, not like it anymore. And that's if July 11th actually even truly happens. Because Ruka's already showing up, and I'm already sensing some sort of derailment happening, like, right off. Like, we're on the right track. Get it? We're on the right track. He has his driver's license. He can literally drive on the road. He's on the right track. Get it? So I could see Ruka literally derailing that track. I could see Ruka just throwing that out there. I think what would be really interesting that I would really want to see next chapter is Kazuya having some sort of, like, emotional reaction to Ruka where he gets scared and doesn't, like, want to actually face her. Hopefully there's some sort of indicator to that here, because it's so fitting that we start the chapter. So we start chapter 423 with Kazuya out in the open, laughing and giggling and doing all this stuff. Everyone's looking at him, and Kazuya doesn't care, right? Kazuya is out in the open, laughing and giggling. Everyone thinks he's stupid, and he doesn't care. Contrasted by when Kazuya gets home and Ruka's at the door. So you start the chapter with Kazuya all out in the open, and then you start in the end of the chapter with Kazuya literally being closeted. He's literally in his home. So it'd be so funny if Kazuya just doesn't make a sound. If Kazuya doesn't open the door. If Kazuya doesn't talk to Ruka. If Kazuya just ignores her or something. I think that would be quite interesting. Right? Kazuya can't talk to Ruka. That would be a really interesting flip of direction, you know? He does what Chizuru did. He sits at the entrance. He can't say anything. He's like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. I think that would be really interesting. And it would also help inform Kazuya of how, and us, the readers, of how Kazuya, without meaning to, became Chizuru's abuser. I think that would be really interesting. Because Kazuya, in many ways, was a low-key Chizuru's abuser in Hawaiians. He was both her savior and her abuser, just as Mami was. And the reason I say that is because he's constantly trying to confess to her and not letting her breathe for a fucking minute. And she's constantly scared and running away and ultimately ends up with a bunch of regret. Chizuru running away is ultimately a choice she's making, but we also have to consider the other end, that Chizuru was suffering through grief, she was alone, and the only person she could really talk to, being Kazuya, wasn't talking to her, but became this thing that she was afraid of because he's constantly trying to confess to her instead of just speak to her. So, without meaning to, in trying so hard to confess, he quite literally becomes Chizuru's abuser. He scares her. He becomes a source of fear for Chizuru, as an abuser does. She's afraid to face him. This directly parallels Ruka, where Ruka has now become this thing that Kazuya can't even speak to. She scares him. He doesn't want to let her into his house. He might not even want to open the door. He might just sit at the entrance. Right? He might just sit in the entrance and do nothing. And I think that's going to be the big thing Kazuya is going to have to realize. He's like, oh, I'm starting to learn what Chizuru felt in that moment. In particular, I think the door thing, Kazuya never learned about the door thing. So I think us seeing that parallel is Reiji like spelling it out for us. Like how Kazuya scared Chizuru, how Ruka scared Chizuru, how Kazuya might have scarred Chizuru without realizing. And I think that's going to be kind of important. Right? You realize how you hurt the person that you love, just as in Hawaiians, Kazuya's family hurt him. I think that's an intentional parallel Reiji is going for, that Kazuya did hurt Chizuru in Hawaiians. And Kazuya has to realize that, but then also ultimately realize that Chizuru hurt him too. So that in itself would kind of like derail my idea of like Chizuru not going along with his plan. That in itself derails my idea, but it's already being indicated to you. Chizuru is gaining back her individuality. So I do think that's kind of important. Like Chizuru in many ways is literally escaping the Kazuya's love so she can regain her individuality and know who she loves and what she wants from him and the kind of relationship that she wants from him, to know what she herself wants. I think that's what Chizuru is doing. She's trying to find out what she herself wants, even if it means she's the villain and isn't in contact with him, because she realized, I think, that when she's constantly with him, she's blind. I think that she realized that when she's constantly with Kazuya, she's blind to what she wants because she's so stuck in the relationship. She's so trapped in the relationship. Kazuya literally trapped her in a relationship. So I think Chizuru's stepping away. It's Chizuru trying to find that. I don't want to be trapped anymore. I want to make sure this is the right decision. I want to make sure this is what I want to do. It is for him, but it's also for me. And I think that's important. I think it's important that she makes a selfish choice in a relationship, in contrast to Kazuya, who isn't really being honest about his selfish choices. You know, he's doing them subconsciously. He's not really fully following these choices, I think. Kazuya's thinking about the real things that happened too, but with Ruka and Mami and not Chizuru. Yeah, but he's not really like processing what that meant. Spitballing is the best way to process and get out thoughts. It sucks the director has said it has nothing to do with the games. None of the characters in the games are in the movie. Has made scripted interpretation which spells. No. That's not what he said. That's not what he said. If you're talking about Resident Evil, that is not what the director said. The director said it is set in the Resident Evil universe. He is not going to change anything about the script and the plot because he thinks if he tries to reinterpret the plot in his own way, it will suck regardless. However, what he's going to do is he's going to make his own original characters in the Resident Evil universe during an incident that happened in Resident Evil, which I think is a really smart direction. He's not rewriting the story in any way, shape, or form. He's played all of the games. What he's doing is specifically creating a story within the Resident Evil universe that takes inspiration from Resident Evil. That's a great direction. Don't make it about any character. Don't reinterpret a character. Don't put your own spin on a character. Just make your own characters in that universe and tell a story connected to the Resident Evil universe and what those things are, what the ideas around it are. Great direction. I personally think that's an amazing direction. I think that's a great fucking idea. That you're not trying to rewrite any characters. You're not trying to depict or show any particular characters. You're just telling a Resident Evil story. And I think that's why a lot of the Star Wars spin-off stories have been so successful. Because they're not telling you stories about characters you already know. These are not your characters. Leon is not this director's character. Chris isn't. Jill isn't. None of these characters are his characters. So instead of trying to take these characters and reinterpret them, just make your own. Which is, I think, what the director of the original Resident Evil movies tried to do. Which initially was a good idea. Until he did the second one, and then he just said, oh, you know what? Never mind. I'm just going to be like, here's Jill, here's all these other characters, but we're going to have them be side characters to my character. And I'm just like, okay. Congrats, you ruined it. So no, like that, he literally took the idea from the original and made it better. Let's see. Ruka's panel of the door looks like the one where Mami was standing at the door. Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god, you're fucking right. Oh, and what happened? What fucking happened? Oh, he's right. Straight up. You are correct. 1000%. Good catch. Ooh, good catch. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that shit up. Ooh. Good one. Good one, my dude. Not quite the same, but it's Mami. Not quite the same, right? You don't see it through the thing, right? But the angling is right. I think in this case, what you're seeing is Ruka through tunnel vision. I think it's quite fitting that Kazuya sees her through the hole. He's literally seeing her through tunnel vision, right? You only see Ruka from this angle, and she looks intimidating. You're seeing her from Kazuya's angle. And she's specifically looking directly into the thing, right? Mami, on the other hand, wasn't looking directly at him. Ruka is looking directly at him. Mami wasn't. Mami turned away. She knocked on the door and she turned away. So, do you remember, what does Mami do? Do you remember, what does Mami do? Mami stands at the door, rings the doorbell. Kazuya doesn't answer. She notices the light is on. Right? She notices that the light is on because she came at night. Ruka came in the morning. So Ruka has no indicator Kazuya is home. Ruka has no clear indicator Kazuya is home. Then Mami tries to open the fucking door. She sees the light on, she tries to open the door. And what do? They hide. Okay. When Kazuya goes to Chizuru's place and knocks on her and rings the doorbell, what does Chizuru do? Right? Kazuya goes to Chizuru's place, rings the doorbell. No answer. She's sitting at the door. She's not here. She's not home. She's hiding. The light behind her is too bright. It's too sharp. It's painful. She makes a noise by accident. Kazuya goes back. Wait, what? Chizuru is in shadow. Kazuya is in light. What does he do? He rings the doorbell again. No answer. If I try calling out to her, I'll get flashbacks to what that one time back in chapter 3. He doesn't open this thing. It's really funny. You literally see how he had an option. He had an option. He just didn't want to do it. My shameful past. I'll look like a creep. But he did have an option. He just thought it was not a good option. See, that's the thing that I love that Reiji does about the 3-month time skip. It shows you how Kazuya absolutely had options. Now, society might not like those options, mind you. Society might not like those options, mind you. But he had options. Right? So if he does that, you'll be like, oh, well, Kazuya would look like a creep. So fucking what? No, seriously, so what? He's known her for a year and a half. What does it matter? He's known her for a year and a half. What's it matter? So what? Go for it. I say go for it. Oh, you think Kazuya looks like a creep for that? Bro, he's known her for a year and a half. It doesn't matter. If she was a stranger, oh, maybe don't do that. You know, if she was a total stranger, you've never spoken to her, you've only seen her in passing, yeah, no, that would be totally creepy. Don't fucking do that, please. Be respectful of people's boundaries. Dude, you know this person. You've talked to her. You know her. You know who she is. She knows who you are. You've communicated. You've had a fucking relationship. You can do that. Go for it. Stop being afraid. Fucking do it. Coward? Oh, no, I can't do that. My shameful past. Okay. Chizuru steps away, falls over, says, I'm at my limit. I don't want to deal with this anymore. How fitting. You cut to Ruka, she says the same thing. You cut to Ruka, she says the same thing. I'm at my limit. I can't take this anymore. Oh, look, inverted parallels. Whereas Chizuru is inside the house and at her limit and can't take it anymore, Kazuya is outside the house and he's at his limit and he can't take it anymore. Flip it over. Ruka now is outside the house. She's at her limit. She can't take it anymore, so she goes and rings the doorbell. She literally can't hold it in anymore. She wants to see him. She wants to be with him. She wants to touch him. She wants to do all these things. Kazuya on the other end, he's like Chizuru now. Kazuya is now inside his house. He can't take it anymore. Now, what's interesting is, does Kazuya's door have a mailbox? I think that would be interesting. Does Kazuya's door have a mailbox? There might be a chapter where we can see that. I don't think so. I don't think Kazuya's door has a mailbox. And I think you can see in chapter 403. I do not believe Kazuya's door has a mailbox. And this is where we can see. Kazuya runs to the door. Stops at the door. Yeah, so there it is right here. It's not your usual mailbox. Yeah, it's not your usual mailbox. It's like the kind where you put it in and there's a box on the inside. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. Let's see. Is there another visual you can get? 402 maybe? Let's go to when Minnie visits Kazuya's place. That might help us. 386. Let's try 8386. Okay, Kazuya gets to know his new home. Do we ever see the door properly? No. Okay. Oh, I know a chapter where we can see it. 393. Maybe we can see it in 393. Let's see. Yeah, it's that thing again. No good. Trying to see if there was a shot where we could see it clearly. Maybe when Ruka leaves in 405. Well, 406. Let's try 406. Okay. Ruka gets out of the house. Maybe you can try the mini chapter. Let's try the mini chapter. So 387. Or no, 388. Fuck. 388. My bad. Okay. Yeah, it's not your traditional mailbox. It does have it, as you can see. It does have it. But it might not be the usual kind. Interesting. It is there, but it might not be the usual kind. Interesting. So yeah, I think we're gonna get a parallel to that. I definitely think we're gonna get some sort of parallel to that event. You know, that makes a lot of sense to me. Both the Mami incident as well as this incident. The 3 months. Interesting. Let's see anything else on Twitter? We haven't read this person's analysis in a while. Maybe I'll give it a shot. Read the latest chapter of okay, so I'll pull them up so you can see. Read the latest chapter of Kanojo Okarishimasu on Manga Poke. Got the provisional license, destination decided. It'll definitely make for a great picture. Mami-chan's acting aloof. I wouldn't know what Anman meant even if you told me. Saving Chizuru is the most effective course of action. Ruka-chan's on the attack. I wonder if they wrote something. I wonder if they wrote something. $4.23. I guess they already wrote it. Sweet. Easy peasy. Can I translate the whole page, or is it going to be weird again? It always gets weird when I translate the page. Translate page. English. Yep, every time. Every time I've tried to do this, it's done that. So we're going to do this the old-fashioned way. Yeah, we're not going to get a chapter for a hot fucking minute, dude. Yeah, we're not getting a chapter for a fucking hot minute. Deep L. Oh yeah, I had a fucking burrito. I made myself a burrito today and I just didn't eat it. Oops. Tasty. Reggie's never recycled. I don't know why people think Reggie recycles. He doesn't recycle. Like literally ever. So I don't know what to tell you, dude. Daydream, Mother Farm, a job offer, Petunia, in full bloom. It's decided, Asami-chan, no way. You're staring too much. Steamed bun. Does that mean I've gained weight? What should I say? I love you. I want to give an answer. Fluffy. Huh. I guess Ruka is fluffy. Did you get your provisional license, the photo? Combined with the chief of police text, he's starting to look like a prisoner. Wait, chief of police? What the fuck? Wait, chief of police? The fuck? Oh, let's go to the current chapter. My bad. I guess he does look like a prisoner, huh? Okay. Wonder what he's talking about. Huh. He does low-key look like he looks like a thug. He looks like a thug who's been arrested. What are you eating, Johan? Enjoy your meal. Just a burrito. I'll say it does kind of look like a thug. Chizuru in a swimsuit. Is this just my imagination? I have a feeling Kazu is going to fail his written exam. Ooh, he's going to fail his final written exam. As expected, he doesn't have a good reputation among the other students, right? But the story is literally highlighting that. That doesn't matter, and you should still connect to people. It doesn't matter what your reputation is or how people think about you. It literally, isn't Kazuya starting to look like Chizuru to the people outside, right? The students literally think he's a disturbance. The students literally think he's in the fucking way. He's annoying. He's loud. He doesn't shut up. And yet, that's the point. It shouldn't matter what people think of you. Do what you want for yourself. That's what love is. It's a decision. It's a choice. It doesn't matter what other people think of you. Kazuya is both doing the right thing and the wrong thing, and that's why it's brilliant. Of course, they're going to use the aqua lane. There's no doubt that Chizuru is cute when she's playing around. I'm sure she wants to spend time relaxing. She wants some relaxing time once in a while. A date in nature is definitely great. I'm sure of it. The timing is good too. It's definitely it'll definitely make for a great picture. Mami-chan got her provisional license too. Mami-chan is acting more distant. When asked, I don't want to show it, but when they're hesitant, I want to show it. It looks capricious from the outside. Come to think of it, for Mami-chan, is this after that? No one would get that, lol. I think trying to memorize it while working out is inefficient. Wait, did you tweak the wording even more after deciding on mother form? Yeah, like I said, he literally started using flower motifs. Well, since she's asking why do you like me, I've got to make sure to cover that properly. Conveying Kazuya's feelings is important, but saving Chizuru, who's lost in her own thoughts, might be the most effective approach. I think Chizuru just decided I don't need his confession. I'll find my own. And I think that's been the point. So to me, like Chizuru is literally trying to find her confession, right? Because remember what did we say about like the moon thing? It's like you indirectly saying I love you. When you say the moon is beautiful tonight in Japanese, you're indirectly saying I love you. Chizuru has been indirectly conveying her love. She wants to see the moon so she can say her love clearly. She literally wants to open her eyes so she can say her love clearly. Not only say it, but see it. That was literally my read of chapter 397. That's literally the point. I still believe that. Let's see. Did it happen at this timing? It's huge after all. It's given that the ranch date will be great, so I'm glad they've confirmed it as a route like this. That said, can Kazuya really get his license in less than a month? Things have been getting more distant with Mami-chan too, mostly on her end. So I wonder if they'll manage to talk things out during that time. There's also the question we put on hold at the beginning. The preview title is Entrance. Oh, Kibe has his license. I just realized that Kibe has his license. Wait, that might be relevant. Kibe can drive. Kibe was driving them, I think. Yeah, Kibe can drive. Whoa, that's going to be important. How did I not remember that? Kibe can drive. That's going to be important. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Kibe is important to this arc. Absolutely. Kibe is super important to this arc. Oh, this is going to be important. I can't believe I forgot that. That's going to be super mega important. Which is really fitting because Kibe is Kazuya's enemy in Hawaiians. So it'd be super fitting if he becomes his friend and helps him. No, because we don't know what he's doing. I think it's going to be important. Just because we don't know what he's doing, it doesn't mean it's not going to be important. The preview title is Entrance. It's gotta be Ruka-chan showing up out of the blue. I've got the exchange in front of the door is about to begin. Given what happened last time, and since Yamori told him not to let her into the room, it looks like the argument through the door is about to start. What if he literally just sits at the door? Because let's finish what he said. So he's got his provisional license, the date spot is set, and my imagination is running wild. While he's been working on himself despite having doubts about Mami-chan's words, Ruka-chan shows up. Will he be able to defend himself, or will she break through the front door? I'm curious to see what happens, so let's do our best for another week. So, what did Minnie tell Kazuya about Ruka? Right here. What did she tell him about Ruka? Did she say don't let her into the room? In that case, don't even open the door. Okay. You have no choice but to make it a concrete plan against Ruka-chan. Don't let Chizuru's son find out. Okay, if Kazuya, every time he's opened the door, she's come in. So he has to just, what's his concrete plan? a literal concrete door. He's not going to open the door. Right? He has to not open the door. He opened the door with Mami. He has to not open the door with Ruka. Right? Because remember, Mami opened the door herself when she came to his house. Now Kazuya is actively opening the door with Mami. But he can't forget about Ruka. So he has to close the door. He has to keep it shut. There's an indicator to you he might open the door. I think he's going to have to keep it shut. And it seems like, in Japanese, Minnie told Kazuya to not let Ruka into the room. So now I'm curious. Let's look that up. I'm going to ask Crumpy real quick. God damn it. Okay. Work with me, please. Okay. God damn it. I gotta close some fucking tabs, dude. Okay, let's close that. That. This one. Mother farm. Object permanence. I was talking about this the other day. It's kind of cool how Mute actually called the Petunias. We thought it was gonna be this flower. It wasn't. But the flower on the website was connected in some way, so you never know. Quebec crashes into Kazuya. That would be kind of interesting. We were talking about Paris Hilton. Okay, we're gonna try and keep this one, but we'll close these. Goodbye. Mute calls some specific shit. Well, yeah, it's like stuff he knows because he lives in the area. Like, it makes sense to, like, know that because he lives in the area and he knows what would bloom there. He speaks Japanese, so it's easier for him to research some of these things. So for Mute, it's like it makes sense why he would notice certain things and we wouldn't because he literally lives there. So that was just a good call in general. He probably was just able to research the website better than we could. And I also think Mute just uses his time better sometimes than I do. Like, cause I'm usually like out here like trying to analyze deep into the text, whereas Mute is like just noticing how, oh, this thing could be this, so might as well delve into that. You know, he catches some stuff that I tend to miss sometimes, and that's useful. That's exactly why you need other people, you know, because you can't figure everything out on your own. In contrast, I catch things he doesn't even get. Yeah, Oroshima Toru, remember this. The Peach Flower Garden. Yeah, the Peach Blossom Spring. What's this? Oh, this was the book. Oh, this was the book quotes. Oh, this is when we were talking about the book quotes and we misunderstood that. Okay. More book quotes. This is when we pulled up the book. Yeah, we were talking about love and koi. Cherry picking. We brought that up. Which is very fitting. It turns out cherry picking was relevant. Sumi literally cherry picked the information that she needed to do what she wanted to do. She didn't actually give him the correct information. It was literally about cherry picking. I was correct. Bruh, I was literally fucking right. She was literally cherry picking. Bruh. I actually clocked that correctly. We were literally cherry picking. That's exactly what Sumi did. Forbidden fruit, why cherries are sexual. Yep. Save that for later. Okay, we read this earlier. This was just the thing post from earlier. Yeah, so I was right. It sounds like the kiss is going to happen. The final chapter is going to be like 220, 226 or something. So I was kind of right about that. Because we got the preview for the next episode of Rent a Girlfriend for the anime. And it literally had those stuff in it. So there we go. Damn, did I close an important tab? Let's not worry about it. Neptune, yeah, Petunia. Sorry, just scrolling through Twitter, see if there's anything interesting. Plus, my browser is actually fucking working correctly. So that's nice. It's not slow as shit anymore. I guess we can check Reddit. Let's check Reddit. I wonder if people are still like fucking losing their shit over my post. No, like so I don't know if I told you guys, like I made a post on yeah, this thing. I wrote this thing and look at the comments. Look at the comments. People are so mad. They're so mad and they literally cherry pick certain pieces of information to tell me I'm wrong. So they're like, "Oh, you didn't delve deep enough into this thing, therefore your entire argument is wrong." When I laid out like an entire like layered fucking essay of like how abuse is being explored right now in the story. And they're just like, nope, this didn't happen, and nope, this didn't happen. I'm like, you literally don't understand half of the shit that's fucking happening, and you're cherry picking information to validate your beliefs, right? That shit was driving me nuts. You did a whole essay babying Chizuru. I did not fucking baby Chizuru, motherfucker. I did not baby Chizuru. I was literally depicting to you her suffering that everybody's ignoring because everyone else is demonizing her. I wasn't babying Chizuru. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I even included a section where I was talking about how she literally took responsibility for her actions. Get the hell out of here. Stupid ass shit. Fucking kidding me? I even talked about Kazuya here. I even talked about Kazuya and Mami here. I literally defended both Kazuya and Mami here. And then I also showed you how they were fucking up too. What do you mean it was just babying Chizuru? I literally talk about all the characters, including Minnie. There's like even a small portion where I talk about Minnie. Like very, very briefly. I talk about everyone. I don't just talk about Chizuru. If that's your interpretation of this, you didn't read my post. I swear to God, if that is your read of this, you did not read my fucking post. And I'm actually kind of pissed off, just straight up. It's fucking irritating. God damn. Babying Chizuru, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, no chapter next week. I like that you see her with like a collar. She's literally collared to her feelings. She's collared to her emotions. Don't open the door, Kazuya. It's fucking Pochita. That's so good. If you guys don't know, there's like an entire thing in Chainsaw Man where like in the first part of Chainsaw Man, Denji regularly has this dream where he sees a door. And he's constantly like almost told not to open the door, and he doesn't want to open the door. But when he opens it, he realizes the truth that his mind was shutting away. I think that's a very fitting metaphor here. That he's literally ignoring the truth. Please keep the door closed. Who am I kidding? That's not going to happen. Also, Mommy's panels have been hitting hard lately. Haven't used this in a while. I guess it's a hard time as any. Just adorable. This does look kind of cute. Them in the car. My boy aiming for a 6-pack. Not going to get one. Among all these flowers, my trembling heart found its voice. Interesting. Kind of doubt it. I like the idea that Chizuru and Kazuya date being a bit far from the city a lot. The movie arc had fantastic moments with them on a trip. Mami still figuring out her feelings is nice. Kazuya for her was more than her brother, something she likes because she couldn't get it anymore. Ruka returning so soon is surprising and worrying. If Kazuya doesn't intend to seriously confront her, then I hope her appearance is short and harmless. I think it would be so much more fitting if Kazuya avoids her, because he literally can't confront her. So he just avoids her. That's how most people deal with their problems. They just avoid them. Overall, nice setup chapter. It's really time to cut things and go back to Chizuru and Kazuya, to be honest. They have been separated enough. Okay. She's back, and next week's a break. Worst combo. Yeah, the anime frames it just like that. Reggie, please, for the love of God, stop with the ga panels. No. You've read 423 chapters. I think you can handle a few more ga panels. Just saying. You've been here for 423 chapters. I think you're fine. I think by this point you're over it. Would you look at that? Kazuya has his provisional driver's license. The date is on June 19th, which would have said was today if last chapter didn't show a Twitter post from the 23rd. He's on a good way towards his goal here, but the way he says here that this was easier than I thought makes me wonder if Kazuya is going to take the final test too lightly. The flower fields from the teaser trailer, from the teaser really refer to the fields of the farm. He researched the petunias would bloom on July 11th so that they stand in the honest heart of the language of flowers. As far as I could tell, the meaning should be my heart is at peace when I'm with you. Anyway, Kazuya thinks that the flower fields would probably be the best place to confess. He thinks about how to tell her that he loves her. He wonders if Chizuru will ask him why he loves her, because he still doesn't have an answer for that. He contemplates that it might be best if he showed her how he felt. When he thinks back to the way home, he can't help but think that Chizuru seemed to struggle way more than him. If possible, he wants to give her the answer she seems unable to find. Then Ruka shows up, probably unannounced. If Kazuya didn't just forget, let's hear your bets. Will he let her into his home after she did last time? These are for next time is the entrance. Is it the time word Kazuya used when he said that she didn't like the entrance of chapter 403? So I would guess it refers to that. Oh, Ruka says, I don't like the entrance. He's right. Ruka said that in chapter 403. He's correct. I totally forgot about that. She says to Kazuya, I don't like the entrance. Huh. I forgot that. I don't like the entrance. I wonder, maybe we'll finally get the significance of that line. Right? I wonder if we'll get the significance of that line. I don't like the entrance. What does that mean? I think I had a read for it when we were reading the chapter, but I totally forgot. What does it mean to Ruka that she does not like the entrance? Does it mean he could just leave at any moment? But then there's the sexual innuendo aspect where she's literally sitting on top of him and wants him to enter her. And yet she doesn't like that. There's a double meaning here, a dramatic irony, if you will, that she doesn't realize. She doesn't like the entrance, and yet she wants him to enter her. So how does that work? How could you not like the entrance to a home and yet not want someone to enter your home? Because the entrance could represent an exit. So just because I think that could be it. She doesn't like the entrance because it also represents an exit. She doesn't want to enter or exit. She just wants to stay in the middle. I think that's the true meaning. She doesn't want to enter or exit. She just wants to stay in the middle. Interesting. Reiji even emphasizes her legs clenching here. She's trying too hard. Ruka is trying to. She doesn't like this. She's trying too hard. Right? She clearly does not like doing this. Okay, so I do think that's going to be important. It's this idea of being trapped. Being trapped at the entrance, unable to enter, and being trapped inside and unable to enter. Kazuya will lock the entrance. Yeah. I think what would be interesting is if he maybe talks through the door and locks the door. So he pulls a reverse Chizuru, right? He doesn't let her in. That would be interesting. Right? Either Kazuya talks to her through the door or he avoids her and makes sure the door is locked. And he hurts her feelings. I think this is what this could be. It could be Kazuya hurts her feelings. Like straight up hurts her feelings. And that could be a trigger for him because he starts feeling really bad about that. Because Kazuya clearly already feels bad about Ruka's feelings being hurt. So I could see him, yeah, I could definitely see him lock the door. Okay. My bet is on Kazuya failing almost all of his goals. That would not mean that the date plan was doomed. It would just mean that he has nothing to show. I think it would be better if he utterly failed to improve and was just honest about that to Chizuru. So yeah, like the big thing is that Kazuya's driving date hinges on the fact that he has his driving license. And if he never gets it, he literally can't go on this date. He has this big vision of what he wants to do, but what if he never gets his driving license? Right? So he thinks, I'm halfway there, I can do it. But what if he can't? What if he fails? What if he can't do it? And then the entire plan derails because he doesn't have his license. He can't get it. Boom. Problem instantly, like literally everything falls apart if he doesn't get his license. Nothing else matters if he doesn't get his license. Everything is 100% hinged on his license. Like if he really wants us to succeed, he would focus purely on his license. But everything is 100% hinged on the license. I think if he fails the license, he fails everything else. So I think Kazuya might not get his license. I think that would be a very big thing. Kazuya literally might not get his license. He would fail. And if he fails and can't get his license in time, then everything goes wrong. And maybe Ruka has a part to play in that. Maybe Ruka has a part to play in why Kazuya fails to get his license. And I think that would be really interesting. So yeah, I do kind of agree, but I think instead of each individual thing failing, he fails because he doesn't get his license. Which I think is really important. I do think Kazuya should not get his license. Kazuya is making silly Sumi-like faces. He's losing his identity. Man, that was easier than I thought. Oh no. I'll never give up Mizuhara. But I feel like this is the only time we've ever seen what Kazuya looks like, and not the perspective of himself and other characters. Lol, his eyes do make him look like a thug. The boy is making progress on his goals, which is important. Confidence comes from actually doing things, and he's been in Mizuhara holding patterns for a long time, not really doing much since the movie project. So it's nice to see him making steps on some of those goals. But I worry with his focus on these things is always to make himself more attractive to Chizuru than is going to backfire. It literally is. It's inevitable. Plus, he's planning another big date. It's always an event with the guys, and I don't know with the big production what they need right now. However, maybe long drives and time away from the city is the right move. Plus, it could go wrong in some really interesting ways. But simmering in he background we have Mami. That's supposed to be in the background. Okay. She's in black. That can't mean anything good. And she's calling him a red bean bun. Does that mean that I realize she only wants him after passing on him before, or just dabbling down on going after what she wants? At the last page, Ruka. Kazuya does not let her into the apartment. Kazuya, don't let her into the apartment. Tell her at the door that she's not welcome, that you're through and it's over. Just end it, dude. It's not gonna happen. I think rather than so this is a very real thing that happens. I think Kazuya is going to ghost Ruka. I think Kazuya will ghost Ruka, which I think is going to be really important because he's going to be like, "Oh, Chizuru ghosted me. Now I understand how she feels." I think so. I think Kazuya is going to ghost Ruka. And Minnie will tell him it's right, but it's not going to feel right. It's going to feel wrong. And then Ruka's going to stop approaching him, and then he's going to feel bad, and then that's going to be just in the back of his head constantly, just as Ruka was on the back of Chizuru's head constantly. It's something is going to go wrong here. I can feel it. Something is going to go wrong here. It really does depend on what happens, but I think Kazuya is going to ghost Ruka. He's not going to say anything. Like there's two options. He either doesn't open the door or says, sorry, three options. The first one, which I think is the least likely, he opens the door and talks to her. I think that's the least likely, that he opens the door and talks to her and keeps her at the entrance, and never lets her in. I think that's the least likely, but it's possible. So I said it regardless. You have two. He doesn't open the door and he doesn't say anything. He just sits there. He doesn't say a word. He just sits there. He hasn't seen her since that day, but has he talked to her? We don't know that. So that's going to be important. Has Kazuya talked to Ruka? Ruka texted him and she said, "I love you." And Kazuya clearly saw it. So I guess he has been texting her. So, okay. She texted him. So this one ends up being a 50-50, where it's like Kazuya doesn't block Ruka, doesn't cut her out, but always sees her texts, but maybe never responds. That would be interesting. Then you have the third option, which is just as likely as the second option, I think. Kazuya doesn't open the door, but he does talk. He doesn't open the door. He keeps her at the entrance, but he does talk. And I think that would be, I think all of those would be kind of interesting. Technically there's a fourth option. He opens the door, but he keeps the door hinges on. He opens the door, but he keeps like the door lock on. So it's like you can't fully open it. You can only half open it. I think that one's totally possible too. I don't know if his door has that, but if it does, I think he'll do that. Just like Chizuru did at the start of the series. He opens the door, but he keeps the door hinges on. Or not door hinges, door lock. Like the door chain, the chain. Like that's what I imagine. I think he could open it and keep the door chain on. And I think I could see Ruka, you know, being upset at that he doesn't fully open the door to her. So he literally keeps her at the entrance. That one's also very, very possible. If the door has that, then I could totally see Kazuya doing that. He doesn't fully open the door. He just half opens the door, which I think is quite fitting. It keeps her at the entrance. She can't get in. There we go. I think it's a bit interesting how it's shown that Kazuya realizes it'll be 1.5 months since they saw each other, and he seems okay with it. At the same time, it seems Chizuru is not the only one in Rosy Land after the taxi kiss, though we didn't really see this side of Kazuya yet. He sure seemed happy about it, but not as dreamy as he was after the Hawaiian's kiss. Here, while he says he's kept thinking about having sex after the kiss, it still means the kiss has been in his mind constantly since then. It's in the back of his mind. It's not in the front of his mind. It's like he's pushing it to the side in favor of the other thing. I don't understand what Mami meant by comparing Kazuya to bread, but I thought it was cute. The fact that it's referring to what happened in chapter 417. It's alluding to how her not wanting him after discarding him. Her not wanting him after discarding him. Interesting contrast. Yeah. Kazuya's virginity is in danger. Okay, whatever about this. Whatever, man. Well, I was surprised that this got a chapter today. The Great Kazuya got his temporary license the first try. Took 2 times for me, but I got my license on the first try. I got mine on the first try I got my license period on the first try with just enough practice. And I can, but I live in the United States. It's kind of easy to get your license here. And I can relate with him with this photo. It makes him look weird. These pictures never make him look nice, and they always kind of make his face look a little chubby. Interesting that Mami still can't speak to him without being awkward about it, and comparing him to a red bean bun was interesting to say the least. I'm actually surprised that Ruka is back already. I know she's going to cause some kind of drama again. Okay. Oh, that's it. Yeah, I think not a lot of people read this chapter because it's, you know, not many people know that it's out. I think most people will check tomorrow. Yeah, it seems like most people are going to check tomorrow. Yeah. Not many people come. Oh, there's a few more comments now. Wait, those are the same ones, actually. Your name is Kanokari, and you read this as another waste of chapter and setup. Impressive. For someone who claims to like this series, you sure don't understand it. Okay, let's download the chapter. Oh. Kazuya and Ruka are in similar positions. It would make sense if he goes hurt. Yeah, let's see what he does. I'm really not too sure. I did not sleep well today. Not for a lack of trying. I did. I did try, and I failed. I did try, and I failed. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is I got the mini treatment. Oh my god. I got the mini treatment with my post on the Reddit, where like I made this post, I was very passionate, I put a lot of fucking work into it. And then here comes the minis. Here comes the minis. Ooh, cute. Here comes the minis criticizing everything I have to say. And then I gotta like get into each individual one and try to defend it. Although some of them are like really dumb comments. It's like I either can't tell what the fuck they're saying or they live in like Delulu land. So I'm like, I don't bother engaging. You know, like there's like one dude that was just like, oh, Chizuru is like terrible. She's a sinner. She's a harlot. And I literally wrote in the actual thing, like the whole point of Chizuru not being able to go into the church in Hawaiians and sitting at the door of the church quite literally represents how the church is commodified, and that's why she couldn't go in. Not because she's a sinner, because every human is a sinner. If you actually read the fucking Bible, like literally the whole idea is that we're all sinners. That's the point, and then God forgives you regardless. But Chizuru couldn't go into the church not because she was a sinner, but specifically because the church was commodified and she didn't have the resources for it. And that scene where Chizuru is sitting at the church texting Mami is intentionally paralleled by Mami. Why? Because Mami gets her own room that she can sit in and do whatever the fuck she wants. A room she got specifically because of her dad's connections. Because if you remember, how did Mami go to Hawaiians? Mami got to get into Hawaiians because she used her dad's connections. She has the money and the resources to be comfortable. Whereas Chizuru doesn't have the money and the resources to be comfortable. Mami abuses her power to get what she wants. Chizuru doesn't have the power. She's literally underprivileged. Whereas Mami is absolutely privileged and can just use her dad's influence to get into a place like this that Nagomi tends to save up for over the span of 2 years. Mami can just get in randomly and get her own room without a worry in the world. Whereas Chizuru is denied access to this church because she doesn't have the resources for it, and she can't marry Kazuya in this fucking moment. And everybody's just like, oh, Chizuru can't get in because she's a fucking sinner. She's a harlot. And I'm like, okay, congrats. You like literally misread what I wrote. You literally misread what I wrote. What the fuck? That's literally not what I wrote. Defending Rent-A-Girlfriend is so annoying because they all use the same arguments. MC bad, author self-inserts. Yeah, there was like one dude, which this one was really sad. There's this one dude, he's like, your write-up is fucking amazing. But it's too bad that the author is self-inserting and he's derailing the story right now. And I'm like, I'm sorry to tell you, that's not real. That's not what's happening. If anything, Kazuya looking like Reiji is Kazuya losing his identity. And he's like, oh, well, this and that and this and that. And he's like, you know, maybe you're right. But Reiji's done some really weird shit IRL. And then I'm just like, I'm sorry to tell you again, he's never done any weird shit IRL. That's literally shit the fucking weirdos in the anime community made the fuck up. That didn't happen. There's this guy, like, I was arguing with him yesterday and he like posted in the middle of the fucking night. I got up at like 4. I saw this dude posted. And he's like arguing that Chizuru doesn't care about Kazuya's feelings and has literally ignored him in favor of Ruka. And I'm like, that's not really true. She's not just ignoring him in favor of Ruka. There's layers to this. Part of it is Kazuya himself. He literally scares her. Kazuya quite literally scares her, and yet she still takes control and autonomy of her life and faces him despite the fact that she's terrified of him. Because he literally would not listen to her. He's constantly trying to confess to her and he ignored her. She got terrified. Like, and she still recognized that she hurt him. She still recognized that she hurt him because she did. Both are true. She, one, hurt Kazuya in the 3-month time skip. That is absolutely true. I'm not saying that did not fucking happen. But 2, he hurt her too. He scared the shit out of her. So she faced that fear and she went to talk to him. He didn't do that. He had Minnie fight the battle for him, and then he showed up. And the moment he said his piece, he wanted to walk away. No one remembers that. Do you guys remember that? Nobody seems to remember that. Like, yes, Kazuya is traumatized, but he doesn't realize how Chizuru is traumatized too. And the moment he says his piece in chapter 238, he tries to walk away. Immediately, he doesn't give her a chance to talk. He says what he wants to say. I want to ask you straight up, does this mean nothing more than that? And then he tries to walk away. Did you notice that? He literally starts walking away. He doesn't let her say her piece. He doesn't even give her a chance. She just starts walking away. And then she has to stop him. Wait, I'll tell you everything if you will let me. And he's terrified. He's utterly terrified. He just wants to walk away. He doesn't actually want to hear what she has to say. Reiji was spelling it out right here, how Kazuya was avoiding her. Yeah, Chizuru hurt him. Kazuya was also avoiding her. Kazuya was running the fuck away. That is just true. Okay, both things can be true. And I think the problem is people refuse to admit 2 things can be true at once. That they think that because I didn't outright acknowledge that Chizuru just hurt him too, and he hurt her, suddenly it's all Chizuru is bad and Kazuya is a saint and Kazuya deserves better and everyone around him is terrible and all the women are terrible. I'm like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? It's like people completely forgot who Chizuru is. Like, just erased her from their minds. Like, it kind of made me feel annoyed. Like, I don't want to engage with this because I feel like I have to go out of my way to prove my point when I feel like if you read the story proves it. Like, if you just engage with the story, it's clearly there. So why do I have to constantly prove my point to people who are intentionally cherry picking? Intentionally picking out little things that validate their own narrative that Chizuru is a really bad person and she's hurting Kazuya. When in reality, you have to accept he's also done this to himself. That's just true. Yeah, Kazuya is invisible and people hurt him. He's not, but at the same time, he's also very much done this to himself. Abso-fucking-lutely. I don't know why they frame the self-inserting as a bad thing. Bilbo is literally Tolkien's self-insert. Samuel Tarley, the George Martin self-insert, and so on. I mean, technically, every single character in this story is Reiji's self-insert. Technically. Like I've explained before, every character is a part of Reiji. Reiji has openly said Kazuya is him at the start of the story. Most artists, their main character is just them. Most artists, their main character is just them. Miura. Kentaro Miura, the creator of Berserk. Guts is just him. Guts is an exploration of his own feelings. Like, straight up. Guts is an exploration of his own feelings. Most art is literally you exploring your own feelings. You are literally self-inserting in your art. That is what that is, dipshit. And everyone's just like, self-inserting, he's delusional, he's crazy. Which is really funny when people call an artist delusional because they're being delusional. You're literally making your thoughts into reality. That is what delusion is. So when they call an artist delusional based on shit they made the fuck up, it literally proves the point that they're delusional. I just feel like they have hurt each other. Well, yes, they did, but Kazuya is not acknowledging how he's hurting her. That's what I focused on here. Because when people read Hawaiians, they purely viewed it from the lens that Chizuru was the one hurting Kazuya. That every single person is hurting Kazuya. That he's a baby boo-boo baba. They're babying Kazuya. Right? Roman over here 2 seconds ago told me I wrote a post babying Chizuru. When I'm over here like, you're babying Kazuya. You're babying everyone else or villainizing them. You're either demonizing Mami or you're babying her. It's both, bitch! You gotta acknowledge that the character fucked up and did bad shit, but they're not a bad person. It's that simple. Mami did bad shit. She has to acknowledge what she fucking did in order to change and be better. She's not a horrible human being. She's done horrible things. You're not a horrible human being. Bad and good are things we do, not things that we are. Rarely things that we are. I would argue rarely. I think you can be a bad person, but it's more of a rare thing. But in this particular case, like, I really think it's just these characters are like just so fucking misunderstood, and it's so incredibly tragic that they're just unseen. And yeah, this is kind of why, like, I think this post is a good microcosm of my issue and why I'm so afraid to create certain content for Rent-A-Girlfriend that are outside of like my comfort zone. And it's specifically because of the backlash. Because it blows the fuck up and people just say it's either not real, Reiji didn't delve this deep into it, or oh, you're misrepresenting my favorite character, or you're doing this or you're doing that. And I come to realize why a lot of creators just kind of don't read comments sometimes. I've just kind of come to realize why a lot of creators just don't engage with the community very much sometimes. Because it's exhausting. I'm really not surprised why some like creators just don't fucking engage. It's really exhausting to like engage with everyone just saying the same fucking thing over and over and over. At least you'll attract people. True. Or would be true, because I posted the channel on here and not a single one of them subscribed. I posted the channel on this thing, not a single one of them subscribed. I'm pretty sure I'm still at the same exact subscriber count. Let me check. Yep, still the same exact subscriber count. It hasn't even gone up by 1. Gaining a following. I seem to be incredibly bad at gaining a following unless I'm talking about something people agree with. Unless I'm talking about something, I think that's why like a lot of creators take that approach. A lot of people take that approach where they try to either do two things, rage bait, which is very effective, or two, just say the things people like, and you'll attract those people to you. And I'm sensitive, okay? I get very emotional. I've mentioned before, I'm not a big fan of confrontation. So it kind of like stresses me out. It adds unnecessary stress sometimes. And then when I don't sleep well like this, I do get tired. I get anxious. So it's just kind of rough, you know? Like I do want to do more, but it can feel kind of rough sometimes. What are we at? 317. Let me check Reddit, see what's there. I'll read the post another time. I'm not gonna read it today. I'll read the post another time. I'm not in the mood, sorry. Like I would like to. A part of me wants to read it. A part of me absolutely doesn't want to read it. I'm just not in the mood. I'm not in the right headspace to engage with this. Okay, what's going on here? What's this? This passage here makes it clear the controversial thing was in storyboards. What should I do? The person next to me who has responsibility for this work is the editor in charge. Can't just brush off my editor's opinion. I can't just tell myself to endure it because everyone else says so. I need to figure out how to persuade them. We have to find mutual acceptable point to move forward from. We've been creating the story step by step, constantly adjusting along the way. Where's the compromise point this time? Maybe I'm missing something and the editor's perspective is actually way more accurate. The worst thing would be if after I've written the story, I suddenly realize, oh right, and I end up not understanding the characters myself. My current serialization is about carefully considering consistency and coherency within my own vision, proceeding step by step while being extremely cautious, like tapping every stone in the bridge, like tapping every stone bridge. Honestly, I'm still struggling with it. I haven't found any answer yet, and at least I have a decent stockpile, so I have time to agonize. Ah, so there's something in the storyboards that's coming up, and because Reiji has enough time to agonize about a particular decision, he's letting the he's going through the stockpile of information until he becomes comfortable enough to face it. Okay. But that doesn't mean he's just no. I think that's a misread then. Because that doesn't mean that means this is the stuff I already wrote as I'm trying to get to the thing I really want to face. So I think that's a bit of a misread. No, this is stuff he already wrote and he's confident about, but there's a particular decision he wants to make in the storyboard in a later part of the story that he's agonizing over. That's all. That doesn't mean he's just wasting the stories he already made. I think that's a misread. No, he's literally just saying, at least I have time to agonize over this decision and come and find the right answer I want to find. At least I have the decent stockpile, so I have time to agonize. But the stockpile is steadily dwindling. There is a time limit. I have to reach a conclusion somewhere. If I'm going with this, then I go with it. If I need to find a middle ground, then I find it. If I find it, and if I need to listen to advice, then I listen. The moment when you have to make that decision is constantly, relentlessly approaching. It's incredibly difficult. I think that's in many ways very fitting for Kazuya's character. This idea that a decision is relentlessly, slowly approaching, and you have to and you have to find a way to face it and make a hard decision. How fitting that Reiji literally has to make a hard decision as he's writing a story about hard decisions. I think that's incredibly fitting. Oh yeah, for those who don't know, that was from a Twitter space that Reiji was doing. So this is stuff technically you're not supposed to hear. But I ended up reading it like an idiot. This is stuff you're technically not supposed to hear, but I ended up reading it like an idiot. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. Whoops. I got in my own head and I didn't even think about it. I just kind of said it. What is a hard decision for Reiji that scares me? What is a hard decision for Reiji? Well, I like I said, I think it's gonna be like a big reframing of a lot of stuff and something that is gonna be bad. Like I said, we're gonna have a big bad happen, but it's not gonna be purely bad. You know, I think something bad is gonna happen, and I think that's why the editor is so against it. Something negative is gonna happen. From what I recall, it seemed to be relevant. From what I recall, I could be wrong. This could be something completely different. I don't even know where they got this. Like, I'd like the entire transcript. I'm not sure where they got this specific transcript. But from what I recall, Reiji was talking about 218 was the eclipse of Rent a Girlfriend. I don't think it'd be harder than that. I disagree. I disagree. I disagree. There's always something harder. There's absolutely always something harder. There's no way there isn't something harder. There's always something harder. And considering this arc is about recontextualizing Hawaiians, where 218 took place? Where 218 took place? Like, this arc is recontextualizing and exploring the ideas of Hawaiians in a much, like, messier way. So there's no way that this is not going to be just as hard. This is going to be hard. And I was explaining this in an earlier stream. What Reiji is going through right now is quite difficult. What Reiji is doing right now is really fucking difficult. But if he can pull it off, what he's trying to do, I think it'll be like monumental. I really think this could be his magnum opus if he pulls off what he really wants to do. But it's hard. It's really, really hard. And I definitely think that's the case. What was I trying to say? I was in the middle of something. I was trying to say something. What was I trying to say? I was trying to say something. Can someone remind me? Or do I have to like go back to my own stream and remember what the fuck I was trying to say? Oh, what the fuck was I trying to say? Okay. Okay. So if it's something that's going to be I remember what it was. I remember. I remember. So okay. So basically it's around the time Reiji was making this Twitter space, it was starting to come out that there was like there were like a lot of abusers and predators in the manga industry that were getting like new pen names from these manga companies and being allowed to continue making manga. So a lot of it was the editor being really afraid that like women were framing some women in a negative light was a bad idea because of that stuff that was currently going on. The editor was like worried that like, hey, maybe it's a bad idea to do this because right now there's a lot of like women who are really struggling and stuff, and it's starting to come out that a lot of men who are predators are getting away with shit. So I think this reframing has to do with the women around Kazuya because, like I've said before, this idea that some of the women around Kazuya are kind of being villainous without even realizing it. So I do think Reiji is probably considering that specific thing because I've said it before, where the women around Kazuya are doing some negative stuff that have to be addressed, and they're not realizing they're doing this. In particular, I think it has to do with Ruka. In particular, I definitely think it has to do with Ruka and Ruka literally assaulting Kazuya and that being a problem. In particular, the fact that Ruka is younger than Kazuya, she's a teenager. The fact that Chizuru is doing something bad, and that oh no, like you're gonna frame the women as the bad person in this picture, not the man. Which I think is going to be big. It could be something Kazuya himself does because Kazuya is supposed to see himself as the monster. So I think Reiji is probably going to have to approach that particular subject matter really delicately. And I think that he's approaching the point where he has to address this subject matter and it's becoming kind of difficult. And I think that's what's going on. I think that's what it could be, that it's getting close to this complicated subject matter, and he has to find this like middle ground of how he wants to approach it very carefully, or he could just go all in and he's like, what if I'm doing it wrong? I have to think about that very carefully. Luckily, he did seem a little more confident in an earlier Twitter space where he sounds like he's like, no, I'm still gonna make the decision. I've got this. Like he's like actually like sure of what he wants to do, but he's just debating on how to show it and how to do it. And I think that's gonna be important. I definitely think that's going to be important because Mami is Kazuya's abuser. Ruka physically assaulted him. Minnie is using him. Sumi is literally giving him bad advice. Grandma Nagomi is not really good support, and she fucking hurt him. You have Chizuru, who's trying to be his support, but literally willingly playing a villain if it means Kazuya is happy. So maybe Kazuya can assume bad things about Chizuru. This is one read we had initially, that Kazuya could assume bad things about Chizuru when he's fucking wrong. Stuff like that. So I do think that's probably what it has to do with, but we could be wrong. We could be wrong. But that's just my read on the situation. Maybe Kazuya snaps. I think we've speculated this a bit, and maybe this can transition him from a perceived hero to what I feel is an anti-villain to an actual villain. Yeah, I mean, Kazuya snapping and being angry and mad at a woman and yelling, like, that could be very poorly received. Maybe that could not represent the characters, something like that. It's basically has to do with something with Reiji's wondering, am I misrepresenting the characters or am I actually looking at them? In an earlier, so he's been doing interviews regarding his teaching, because he's teaching people how to do manga. He's saying one of the biggest things you need to do as an artist is be objective about your characters. Like learn to look at the characters objectively, which by the way, that's a pretty big, that alone just disproves the idea that Reiji is like obsessed with Chizuru. That alone just disproves the idea that Reiji is like obsessed with Chizuru, because even when I try to defend Chizuru with Reiji, sometimes he'll call me out and be like, well, think of it from this perspective. What Chizuru is doing right now is getting Mami closer to him, and Mami is just the other side of Chizuru. Chizuru could have ended up in Mami's situation had things been flipped. So even then, like, Reiji provides some good perspective on the characters that is objective. Reiji does look at his characters quite objectively, whereas we, the audience, look at them in a very subjective manner, and that's just true. The reason a lot of my analysis has improved so much recently is specifically because I've talked to him a little bit, and I've heard what he has to say, and has reframed how I'm interpreting and understanding certain pieces of the text. because I've realized I've been understanding it wrong. That's why I disagree with so many people about certain things. I think in Hawaiians, Chizuru is absolutely the victim, and she's literally being framed as the perpetrator. The story actively, intentionally frames her as the perpetrator. She is the real victim. In contrast, Kazuya is a victim being framed as, or sorry, Kazuya is a victim in our eyes. He's being framed as a victim, but he's a perpetrator without realizing it. I think that's the tragedy of Kazuya's character. He is both a victim and the perpetrator, just as Chizuru is the victim and the perpetrator, right? Chizuru did make mistakes. There's scenes where she shows clear senses of regret. She shows regret when she's like, maybe I should have just let Kazuya confess and we might have been gone through this somehow. And then instead, she has to come to the realization that it couldn't be clean, that maybe she isn't the perpetrator. And that's the whole point of Hawaiians, is that everybody is the abuser and the victim without even realizing it. No one knows what they're truly doing. I'm reframing the picture. All my post was doing on Twitter was, or not Twitter, Reddit was reframing that picture, showing you how everyone is a victim and an abuser, how abuse literally destroys relationships. And that's the tragedy of this sequence that just nobody seems to want to fucking engage with. Just makes me sad. That's why I was thinking, like, maybe I should just make that post a video. I was thinking, like, maybe I should just make that post a video, you know? Like, I just think it's really sad. Just because I don't focus, like, super deep into Kazuya's character and how he was a victim in Hawaiians doesn't mean I don't realize that he's a victim, too. Like, that's idiotic. Like, I just really don't like when people cherry pick, you know? I just really don't like when people cherry pick. It just makes me annoyed. Okay, let's see if there's anything on Twitter. Anything else on Twitter? If not, I might stop soonish, maybe 30 minutes. Hello, cat. Welcome. Sure, just step all over my screen. Are we getting the episode Wednesday, or are we getting it tomorrow? That's a good question. What are you doing, cat? What are you doing? Why are you in front of my screen? Why are you in front of my screen, cat? Come on. Get down. Hmm. I'm curious because I'm thinking through the aspect of individualism versus collectivism in Japan. Do you think Kazuya and maybe Chizuru should look to Kazuya's family to help them regarding their issues? Yeah. I mean they should, but the family also has to take some responsibility for their mistakes. I think that's really important. I do like how Mami like turns away shyly, whereas Kazuya starts closing his eyes just like Just like Sumi does. Right? Kazuya closes his eyes just like Sumi does. He closes his eyes to what's obvious. Oh yeah, I was gonna show you guys how she looked like old Final Fantasy characters. FF7 original models. Character models. Like look at this face. Okay, just look at this face. Oh, you can't see it. Maybe I move myself. Okay, look at Aerith's face right here. Look at Aerith's face. Just look at this carefully. Now look at Mommy's face. It looks the same. It looks the same. That's all I see. It just looks the fucking same to me. It literally just looks the fucking same to me, dude. Look at that. It's the fucking same. She literally has like old PNG or sorry, old polygon models FF7 faces. That's so funny. That's so funny. She literally just has the old polygon faces. That's so funny. It's so cute. And she just walks away. Oh, I just realized how fitting that Ruka shows up when Kazuya doesn't have a shirt on. How fitting that Ruka shows up when Kazuya doesn't have a shirt on. I think it's so fitting that that's when she shows up. When he doesn't have a shirt on and he only has black pants on. He has black sweatpants on. Like if he opened the door right now, you know, and it was his actual girlfriend, she'd be like, "Damn, that's hot as fuck. I want to fuck." Right? If you did that when your girlfriend shows up and she sees you working out and sweating, right? She would want it. She would want some of that business. More of a reason that Kazuya won't open the door. Even more of a reason that he won't open the door. She's gonna be all about that beeswax, bro. She's gonna be into that. You can't open the door. You gotta keep that shit shut, bro. Reiji portrays Chizuru Ichinose through the ugliness of love and suggests that the readers are the ones being deluded, just like Kazuya Kinoshita. I don't know. I think this time it matters who it involves. Do you really think that Reiji is waiting for the right moment to create a real misunderstanding between Chizuru and Ichinose, and we not know that Kazuya Kinoshita will witness? Why? That seems weird. Why? The misunderstanding was cleared up. If there's any misunderstanding to occur, it would be Kazuya himself. If there's any misunderstanding that could happen here, it should be Kazuya himself. All the setup is for Kazuya's misunderstanding. So you think it would be the opposite? That like instead of Chizuru misunderstanding Kazuya, it's Kazuya misunderstanding Chizuru because of Umi? Maybe. So all of this setup is a big misdirect? Maybe. Who knows? But why? There's like something really small with Umi. There's something really small with Umi. Like, in particular, it's just the thing that he saw Ruka holding Kazuya's arm. That's it. That's the only small thing with Umi. It's like that he saw Ruka holding Kazuya's arm. But other than that, I don't know. And Umi doesn't seem like a bad guy. So I don't know. Just like, even if we play devil's advocate, there isn't enough for it to like say that's the case. I do think Kazuya mistrusts Chizuru because of Umi. Absolutely. He absolutely mistrusts her because of Umi, and that's unaddressed. But it feels like Mami is more of the real issue. I think Umi himself is a misdirect. Umi himself is a misdirect of the real issue. Like, it feels like the real issue is Mami. And Kazuya could assume it has something to do with Umi, but I think it's literally about Mami. Mami is the real issue. Mami is the real problem. Mami is the issue Kazuya is letting in, whereas Ruka is the issue Kazuya is not addressing. And so the issue comes knocking to his door. I think that to me makes more sense. Umi is not a problem. He's not the real problem. I think everything in the story is trying to indicate to you that Umi's going to come back, but he's not the actual issue. The actual issue is Mami. In many ways, Umi is like a separate, different kind of issue. Umi is an issue Chizuru already addressed. He's almost a non-issue. He's like a different kind of issue. And I think I don't know. I just genuinely think Umi is not what we think he is. And I still think even now we don't fully know him, but it just doesn't feel right to think, oh, Rush is just going to create a misunderstanding with Umi. That feels weak. That feels weak. Umi's just an opportunist. He's the privilege society gives him as a tool. Exactly. But like, he's not like a villain, you know? Umi isn't really a villain character. Because he is privileged, and I think Umi's issue is in many ways he doesn't fully recognize his privilege. As a parallel to Sumi. He's essentially like the way you described him is quite fitting. It literally mirrors Sumi. Sumi is also kind of an opportunist because she actively uses the privilege that's often provided to her as a justification to not do the things she actually wants to do. Umi is kind of just the flip side of that, where Umi looks like he's constantly getting the things he wants to do, but he's not actually. He doesn't really have the one thing he really wants. And I think that's kind of the idea, is like Umi doesn't really have the one thing he really wants when it looks like he has everything. Sumi is a direct parallel to that, whereas Sumi is quiet and Umi is loud. Sumi doesn't really get the thing that she wants. And you idolize Sumi, but you demonize Umi when they're essentially similar. Where they're essentially very similar characters. Right? Sumi wants to be with Kazuya, but she won't tell him straight up she wants to be with him. In contrast, Umi's constantly telling Chizuru he wants to be with her, but everything almost seems to indicate he's not actually interested in her. He's interested in her love life. He's interested in her getting with Kazuya. He's trying to push her to be with Kazuya. Chizuru's relationship with Umi did not start before theater. They started in theater. That's how they met. That's how they're literally just colleagues. That's how they met. You're introducing a plot that does not exist. You're literally introducing a plot that does not exist. They didn't meet outside of theater. They met in theater. That's where they met. Chizuru literally says that. They didn't meet at any other point. They just met through theater. That's it. He's just her senior. Okay, why are you writing like this? This is okay. I'm gonna stop engaging with Marcella. It's getting old. Umi operates on strategy, not respect. So Umi went to Chizuru's house to pay respect. Umi went to make a move. That's the main difference. You don't know that. No. That's how it's framed to you. No. That is how it is framed to you. That is how it is presented to you. You intentionally don't know Umi's reasoning. The only reason Umi does something is because he sees Kazuya. And I think that is a massive indicator. The only reason Umi does anything is because he sees Kazuya. That is a massive indicator to me. I think Umi wasn't actually going to do anything. I think Umi only did that because he saw Kazuya. And I specifically say this because he never makes a move. And that's meant to mirror Sumi. That's directly meant to mirror Sumi. Whereas Sumi made plans with Chizuru and happened to run into Kazuya, Umi did not make plans with Chizuru and happened to run into Kazuya. Sumi did not act out of her feelings for Kazuya. Umi did act out of his feelings for Kazuya. Do you see the parallel? It's quite intentional. Both characters only acted because Kazuya was present. Only. And the reason I can prove Umi would not have acted unless Kazuya was present is because he had 3 months to do something and did nothing. That makes no fucking sense. Because that's fundamentally breaks your argument of Umi being a strategist. If he was a strategist, he would have used his time. He had 3 months. No Kazuya at all. He fucking disappeared. He didn't do anything. Why? It makes no sense. That literally makes no fucking sense. And that literally constantly adds to my theory that Umi's not actually interested in Chizuru. That actively adds to my theory that Umi is not interested in Chizuru. No further proof can be shown to you that when Kazuya tells him they kissed and Umi fucking cheers. Right? There's a direct parallel between 2 different scenes between Umi and Ruka, and it intentionally creates contrast. When Umi finds out that Kazuya and Chizuru kissed, look at this man, he's cheering. You 2 kissed? Ayo! Wow, I see. That definitely counts as getting closer. Look at this man, he's all cheers. He's all cheers. Now let's cut to Ruka. Let's cut to Ruka when she asks him if he'd ever have sex with Chizuru. And look at how mad she gets. Look at how fucking upset she gets. She gets like fucking livid. She's like, I've heard about it after guys, like, or she says it right here. Do you think that you'd want to have sex with Chizuru's son right now? Kazuya's like, yeah, I would. She gets mad. She gets pissed. She's livid. And Chizuru literally said this during the date. If you can imagine yourself with the other sex and not feel anything, I don't think that's coy. I don't think that's desire. I don't think that's romantic love. If you can imagine someone with someone else and not feel something, I don't think that's coy. She specifically says coy in that scene, apparently. I don't think that's romantic desire. Ruka gets mad. She literally does feel romantic desire for Kazuya. In contrast, Umi literally does not feel coy. He does not feel romantic interest in Chizuru. There is no romantic interest in Chizuru. He's not actually interested in her. Because he literally imagines her with another dude and he's like, hell yeah, brother. He's not in love with her. In contrast, when Sumi goes on the date with Kazuya and it's also called coy, she actively feels coy. She actively feels romantic interest in him. Her nose fucking bleeds because he practiced confessing on her. She actively feels romantic interest in him. She's attracted to him. Umi isn't. If Umi was truly the opportunist people frame him as, that doesn't make any fucking sense. He would have done a lot more. There is real evidence to show he would have done a lot more. We've seen him do more. So to say Umi is just purely an opportunist just feels kind of nonsensical. There's real evidence showing otherwise. But why doesn't Reiji Miyaji in Milmo story for Umi Nakano? Because Umi doesn't matter. Umi doesn't matter. You have a fixation on a character that doesn't matter. Umi literally doesn't matter. You're focusing on the wrong thing. That's not the point of Umi's character. He's barely a character. He's a non-character. He barely exists. He's there in like a few chapters. You guys are like focusing on a character that's barely fucking there. And that is actually the problem. That is the point. That's what Reiji's trying to highlight. You're so focused on a character who's barely in Chizuru's life and you think he matters. He doesn't. He's not in her life. He doesn't see her. He's not a part of her feelings. He's not there for her. He doesn't matter. Reiji's literally talking about forming real bonds and relationships, really spending time with someone and connecting to them. Why do you think this dude who's barely in this girl's life and you never fucking see him matters to her? Just like Sumi, exactly. Just like Sumi. The character that people ship with Kazuya, the character people love to ship with Kazuya is barely in his life. Sumi is barely in Kazuya's life. Why the fuck do you think she matters? Why in the actual fuck do you think Sumi matters in Kazuya's life? She doesn't. You think she's a better ship than Chizuru. She's invested nothing in Kazuya's life. She's been on a few hour-long dates in the span of 1.5 years. She's been on Kazuya's life for a span of hours over the span of multiple years. 2 years at this point, and she's barely in his life. You think Sumi matters? You genuinely believe Sumi fucking matters in Kazuya's life? She's barely there. Minnie is more there than her. Minnie is more present than Sumi. Minnie does more in Kazuya's life than Sumi. Minnie, the character we've all been upset about over the span of whatever, is more relevant in Kazuya's life than Sumi. She actually lived with him. She interacted with him. Minnie's feelings for Kazuya are more real than Sumi's. Minnie's! Of all fucking characters, Minnie! Her feelings, ironically, are a little more real than Sumi's. Like, bruh. And Chizuru is in his life. She's been there the whole time. She's been there the whole time. She lived with him. She spent time with him. She's been there for all of his lows and ups. She's been there through everything. She's been in his life more than any of these characters. She spent more time with him than anyone else. Maybe Ruka would come close. Maybe his family would come. Maybe his family, of course. Like, his family would probably beat her. Like, of course. But Ruka would just be a close second. Because Ruka goes on dates with him regularly. You forgot Kibe. I said his family. Kibe counts as family. I said his family. Kibe counts as family. Kibe is the best friendo. The best friendo. No, Kibe is the best friend. He technically counts. Because she chose to play. Well, again, we're back to this. Roman, we're looping, bro. You guys talk about the story looping, and we're looping, bro. There's a reason she chose the play. I think she actively chose separation. You think she chose the play because she doesn't care about him. I think she chose the play specifically because she cares about him. I think she chose the play specifically because she cares about him. She chose separation intentionally so that she can truly be with him. She chose true separation. Not just separation, true separation. So she can be with him. No matter how much she wants to be with him right now, she chose to be separated. And I think there's a reason for it. And that is hurting him. This choice is hurting him. That is true. The choice Chizuru made here to be separate from him is hurting him. And in some ways, it's pushing him closer to Mami. I would argue it's pushing him a lot closer to Mami than it is for Ruka. We are still in the separation arc. I think this is an intentional separation arc. I think everybody is like, basically, this is a separation arc that didn't need to exist. This is a separation arc that did not need to exist. And Reiji is just like, because you all feared it, because some of y'all think it needs to happen, it's gonna happen. And a separation arc existed when it didn't need to. This is not a necessary thing, but I think in some ways it is forcing the problems to the surface. That's kind of the point of this arc, I think. This is an arc that is forcing the problems to the surface. It's making the problems come to the surface, and you can't ignore them, and it's specifically surfacing because they're not together. They need to be separated in order for you to see the problems more clearly. People think that the point of this arc is to make Chizuru realize her feelings for Kazuya. I think that's what maybe Chizuru thinks it is. In reality, I think what it's actually doing is that it's forcing the problems to the surface and seeing why the relationship didn't work in the first place. Problem 1, Minnie. Problem 2, Ruka. Problem 3, Mami. Problem 4, even Sumi. Even Sumi is a problem. And then, of course, Kazuya's entire family. This all is directly connected to Kazuya's family. Kibe, everyone else. So I think this is intentionally raising the problems to the surface, showing you why they actually couldn't be together. Not for a lack of feelings, they absolutely have those, but for a lack of confronting the real issues. And I think Chizuru described it perfectly. I think Chizuru described it perfectly when they first lost their homes. Like, I think, in my opinion, I believe this is the true basis for this arc and where we currently are. Kazuya asked Chizuru, what would your perfect marriage be like? I wonder, what about you? Super lovey-dovey all the way to the grave, you know, like never having a single fight or disagreement. Wouldn't you say Kazuya's living up to that? Wouldn't you say Kazuya's living up to that? Kazuya refuses to get into an argument with her. He refuses to fight with her. Chizuru is like, I feel like that's not quite it. Even people who are married were once strangers at some point. It's impossible that their values would be the same. There's no perfect human being. There will be fights, and there will be things they don't like about each other. But if they can turn around and laugh about it 2 seconds later, that's the kind of marriage I'd like to have. They need to fight. They need to fight. It's all bubbling all the problems to the surface until you can't ignore them anymore and you have to fight about them. It's literally exactly like when you bottle up your feelings until they explode. That's what he's doing. He's bubbling all the problems to the surface. You're boiling your emotions. You're boiling your feelings. You're getting more upset until it's just gonna all explode. What is the thing I said should have happened? Right? What is the thing I said should have happened right after the date? They needed to fight. They needed to fight. I literally said they needed to fight. And they didn't fight. Instead, most of the day it is Kazuya feeling shit. And I think it's actually a good thing they didn't fight, weirdly enough. When I saw 383, I think it's a good thing they didn't fight. Because I realized, oh, Kazuya had actually hurt her just as much as she hurt him. And the problem is that they just needed to acknowledge that pain. Then, now that they've acknowledged that pain, now they need to bubble all the problems to the surface that they can actually fight about. They need to fight. They need to be mad at each other. They need to be angry at each other. They need to hate the other person a little bit. And it's okay to feel hate, because hate is also a part of love. Yeah. One event I can't see is Kazuya not getting his driver's license, ruins his date idea. Just tries to calm him down, and he snaps about everything going wrong. That could be, yeah, that could be interesting. That could be quite interesting. And then as he snaps and starts yelling, they get into a fight. It'd be interesting if the date just never happens. I'd kind of like that, to be honest. I'd kind of like if the date just never happened. I think that would be a very cool subversion. But it's still hard to know what direction Reiji is taking this. But yeah, no, like, Umi is just like a non-character everyone's like fixating on. And he's literally not in Kazuya's life, just as Sumi is not in Kazuya. Or sorry, he's not in Chizuru's life, just as Sumi is not in Kazuya's life. Sumi is barely a character either. Sumi also doesn't have a backstory. You got her, she got her own spin-off manga, and she still doesn't have a backstory. Like, bruh, it's almost like there is no backstory. It's almost like there is no some super deep thing that's going on with these characters. How they first fought led them to actually start to get closer in the beginning. It'd be interesting that they would be what actually leads their relationship happening. Yeah. No, I genuinely just do think they need a fight. Like, do you remember what my original theory was? Like, when the date was going on, I was just like, fight, kiss, sex, get married, or something like that. I think it was something like that. It was like, fight, kiss, sex, get married. Something like that. Oh, fight, kiss, sex, propose. That's what it was. Fight, kiss, sex, propose. That's what it was. I think that's what it was. I could be wrong. Pretty sure that was my original theory. Is like fight, kiss, sex, propose. And I could totally see that happening. Considering sex is such a driving motif here, I could absolutely see that happening. And it's funny because Kazuya talks about sex and then Ruka shows up. You see Kazuya physically working out and then Ruka shows up. He almost had a sexual relationship with Mami, and he literally remembers that right here. How fitting that he almost had sexual relations with Mami and with Ruka, and then Ruka shows up just on time. How fitting that the opening literally alludes to sex with how Chizuru is dressed. Literally wearing a black bikini, which is quite often synonymous with sex. The phone screen's more cracked than before. I don't think so. But it is still cracked. She cute as fuck, though. Look at the cutie patootie. She cute as fuck, though. Look at the cutie patootie. She's adorable. What a tsundere. Okay. Okay, I've been streaming for 4 hours. I might call it here. I'm not sure what to do today. I'm gonna take a break. I probably want a short break. But I'm not sure what to do after. Decisions. What to do after? I could try playing Kingdom Hearts. I mean, we've put it off for a little bit. I could try playing Kingdom Hearts. I could try editing a video. So, like, it's trimming down this thing and then editing it. I don't know. I'm not sure. How could Kazuya's phone still be working? It only had 5% battery left. He had a portable charger. He had a portable charger. Edit the manga reading out for its own video. Okay. Do that. Sure. I can do that. Doesn't sound too bad. Kazuya has to let Ruka in. If she stays in the hallway, she might cause a scene that alerts the neighbors. So that means he shouldn't respond to her, because if she doesn't know he's there, she might just leave. And so, and if anything, if she causes a scene, she would step away too. So I doubt Kazuya would let her in. I don't think so. I don't think so. But think about how many opportunities Chizuru Ichinose had in a moments of vulnerability to give in as well, yet the story portrays her as a dignified woman. So you think she had sexual relations with Umi? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Way to just, like, not understand Chizuru's character. She doesn't give in that way. That's not what Chizuru does. That's not how Chizuru gives in. Chizuru gives in by, like, like for example, unintentionally taking advantage of Kazuya. Things like that. That's what Chizuru does. She doesn't give in the sexual way. No, because Kazuya never gives in a sexual way. So why the fuck do you think Chizuru would? Why in the fuck do you think Chizuru would? That you're just making shit up. Nothing has indicated that. That's not how Chizuru gives in. The way Kazuya gives in isn't like that either. He just indulges in his desires. You can indulge in your desires without it literally just being sex. For all we know, she could beat her meat too. For all you know, Chizuru could just beat her meat just like Kazuya. Shocking concept. Oh, look, it's almost like there's a way to give in to your feelings without it literally, like, destroying who you are. Shocking concept. It's like there's a way to manage and control your emotions without letting other people control you. Shocking concept. And for some reason, you want to pin that on Umi. And it'd be like, oh yeah, she did it with Umi. She fucked. Flip the bean to protect your integrity. What does that mean? What does flipping the bean to protect your own integrity mean? Umi had a girlfriend before the retweet date. Yeah. I don't think the beat the meat works. What, for a girl? Oh no, there's meat that you're beating. You're just not beaten it the normal way. There's meat that is being beaten, just not the normal way. Like not the normal way. I mean not the guy way. There we go. Not the not normal way. It's normal. You're just not beating it like a guy. Oh, flip the bean. Okay. Okay. The red bean bun. The red bean bun. God. So dumb. They said it in Stone Ocean's first episode. That's where I heard it. Oh my god, really? I don't remember very much of Stone Ocean, dude. That's hilarious. Oh, I don't remember it. That's hilarious. That's so funny. That is so funny. I love it. Yeah, so it's like, it's just literally hidden sexual desires. That's literally it. It's just hidden sexual desires. That's what this cover is. It's just hidden sexual desires. Very visible to you, but pretty, like, but they're like hidden away from the light. Right? This is all just like literally, Mami is a hidden sexual desire. She's literally dressed in black. She's clearly horny as shit over him. Ruka shows up in her prepared to do the fucking. Kazuya is literally hiding his sexual desires in plain view. Everyone can fucking see this horny dumbass. Chizuru is clearly way mega horny over Kazuya. Ruka wants round 2. You mean Ruka wants the real round 1? Ruka wants the real round 1. Jolene was confiding to her cell neighbor about how she liked how the moon looked. Couldn't help herself, but then the cute guard saw her and she got embarrassed, lol. She liked how the moon looked? Wait, did she actually say that? I liked how the moon looked? Wait, did she straight up say, I liked how the moon looked? That, something on those lines. That's so funny. I liked how the moon looked. She was literally confessing to her prison friend. That's hilarious. There's literally a confession innuendo in there. When you say the moon is pretty tonight, it sounds like you're confessing to someone in Japanese because Suki sounds like ski, which is love. So when you say the moon looked pretty, you're saying I love you. So she was literally indirectly, without realizing, confessing to her cellmate, as she was literally confessing that she was beating her meat or flipping the bean, as they say. That's really funny. She indirectly confessed. Silent Voice has a scene with the Suki thing. Yeah, doesn't she like fall in the night when the moon is out or something like that? I don't remember. I remember where specifically in the Silent Voice with the Suki thing with the moon. Don't they like confess at night in the moon or something? Like that's why most confessions take place under the moon. Any gaming stream, I was debating it. I'm just not sure. I don't know if I should like edit a video today and um or if I should do a game stream. I could try to do both, but I don't know how well that would go. I can try to do both. I don't know how well that would go. I guess I can prioritize the I can prioritize the video and then afterwards try to do a gaming stream. Huh. Okay. I think I'll call it for now. Streamed for a good minute. Is Chizra having a tattoo on the cover? Those aren't tattoos, those are stickers. Those aren't tattoos, those are stickers. You can put stickers like that. There's stickers like that. That's what that is. Those are stickers. I've seen it before. It's a very girly thing to do. Like Chizra is being presented as a very girly girl in the cover. That's kind of the point. She's a very girly girl. Like this is a girly thing to do. You know, you wear like a cute necklace. You have some simple earrings. You put on a star. You put on some hearts to the side. It's very cute and attractive. Okay, you're just getting banned. Get out, fucking clowns. I don't need you fucking weirdos in my fucking chat using Chorozo. The fucking ugh. No, not put user on timeout. Ban them. Get the fuck out. Hide user from channel. Ugh. Fucking sick and tired of weirdos. El Grande American. El Grande Americano 666. Bro literally has the devil's numbers. That's funny. Bro literally got them devil numbers. Man said, "Hey yo, I got them devil numbers." That's so funny. I got them devil numbers. Next chapter is 424. So 424. So 244 would be a contrasting chapter. Yeah, it'd just be 424. Or sorry, 244. And 244 is like the chapter where Kazi and Chizuru text. Oh. 244, when Ruka was reintroduced into the story after the 3-month time skip, and she was sad. I was really worried you were sleeping whenever I came by. No matter how many times I cleaned up, the mess would come back almost instantly. Oh. When I understood that it was because of your lack of communication from Chizuru-san as your girlfriend, I had stuff on my mind. But to tell you the truth, seeing you like that was pretty exhausting. Oh, this is going to be relevant. Oh, this is going to be relevant. You wouldn't even reply to me online. If he ghosts her and stops replying to her, she's gonna be like, I ruined his relationship with Chizuru. Ooh, I'm seeing some setup here. I'm seeing some setup here. Wait a darn second. Wait a darn second. Oh, I'm very curious. Wait a darn second. I'm curious now. Wow. Okay. So next chapter is 424. This is chapter 244. Just the numbers rearranged. And it just so happens to be when Ruka is reintroduced into the plot after the 3-month time skip. Kazuya can't tell her the truth. Then Chizuru texts him. He goes to Nagomi, and Chizuru is distracted at her play. And they text all night. Huh. Wouldn't it be interesting to have a story showing how Umi Nakano actually helped Chizuru from the start, the first day he met her? What would that do? Why would that be interesting? What's interesting about that? And he didn't help her. Chizuru reached out to him. He didn't really help her. All Umi did was give her opportunities. The whole point was that Umi gave her opportunities. Kazuya actually helped her. Because there's literally a chapter 0 about how Chizuru is in a bad fucking place. And it only got better because of Kazuya. Kazuya is the one who helped her. Umi didn't help. All Umi did was try to give her opportunities. Opportunities that he himself fumbled. You see this in the beginning of the series, dude. What are you on about? Umi is literally just fucking what's-his-face, Mitaka from Maison Ikkoku. He tries to help Kyoko, and he can't. All he does is train her. He doesn't actually help her. He doesn't do anything. What is your obsession with Umi's character? It's not interesting. It's not that interesting. If anything, it would just be interesting for Kazuya's character to get to know that, oh, Umi was always just a friend, nothing more. That's it. He just helped and gave her opportunities. He confessed to her and she turned him down. He was just trying to ship the two of them together and he was doing it in a terrible way. That's it. The whole point of Umi is that he's terrible support for Chizuru. But he is decent support for Kazuya. Because he actually, tells Kazuya the things he needs to know. That's it. You're overcomplicating it. Why do we keep going back to Marcel? It just popped in. Sorry. What was I reading? So yeah, it sounds like 244 is going to be what's relevant here. Marcelo, aka the guy who sees a uterus on the car logo. Damn, you got me there. Okay, I'm going to stop reading what he has to say. You got me there. You got me there, boss. Nope, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right, though. You're right, though. You're right, though. Sees a fucking uterus on a car logo. You right, though. While this chapter has a horny shit, I don't know about that uterus shit, man. That's fucking weird. That's fucking weird. It's just a goddamn Toyota. I'm gonna need you to chill the fuck out. It's just a goddamn Toyota, bro. I'm gonna need you to chill the fuck out. Toyota logo behind Chizuru. Yeah, apparently. What about 244? I was just talking about it. That's when Ruka comes back after the 3-month time skip. And it directly connects to Ruka feeling bad because every time she showed up, Kazuya wouldn't talk to her. And she realized it was because of Chizuru. The only time Umi supported Chizuru, he asked her for a date. So, no, not true. Not true. He supported her during the play. He supported her during the play. That's not true. Like, all this is simply implying is get in the car and let's fuck. That's kind of what it's implying. Put me in the car and take me to the sea. Take me to the ocean where we fuck. That's all it's saying. Like, I think Marcel is just like, Marcel has a point though. Umi and Chizuru look pretty good together. Roman. Look. Keyword. Look. Keyword. Anything can look good with the other thing. It doesn't mean it is. On the surface level. Yes, I know. That's literally all this is. It's just get in the car and let's fuck. The car is like an offer. Sex on the beach is not good. Yes, but it looks pretty. Yes, but it looks pretty. Plus, you never know. You could get a 10. Never know. You could get a 10. Okay, I should call it here. Depends on how much sand you keep off your towel or a mat or whatever. True. Could also just do it in the water or standing. Just saying. Could go hide behind some rocks and go nuts. You could do it in the water. Might sting a little, but you could do it in the water. Probably not a great idea to do it in the water. Just serious. Probably not a great idea to do it in the water. Or bring a tent. Yeah, like I said, you can bring a tent. But saying it doesn't mean you can't get freaky. Just like in the shower. I don't know. Shower stuff is kind of nice, actually. Shower stuff kind of nice, though. I don't know if I agree with that one. Shower stuff kind of nice, though. I don't know if I agree with that one. Marcel is just a freaky boy, man. Marcel is just a freaky fucking boy, man. I think I'm going to call it here. Does Chizuru know about Kazuya's Umi meeting? I don't think so, actually. That's what's interesting. I don't think Chizuru knows about Kazuya and Umi's meeting, which I do think is quite interesting. Like, Chizuru was just not informed of that detail, which I think is kind of important. I think what Umi really represents is just that Kazuya just needs to know what happened and that it's nothing. I think that's what's important. Kazuya just needs to know that it happened and that it's nothing. In contrast, Chizuru needs to know about Ruka and know that Kazuya was hurt by Ruka. Umi and Ruka are flips in that regard. Kazuya needs to know nothing is happening with Umi, like that Chizuru's just shut him down. He's nothing serious. Whereas with Ruka, it's the opposite. Chizuru is constantly checking if there's something serious going on, not realizing Ruka's hurting him. Right? And in some ways, Kazuya has to realize how Umi might have been bothering Chizuru too. Whereas Ruka physically hurts Kazuya, Umi emotionally probably hurts Chizuru. Because you see Umi constantly maintain a physical distance. There's no touching. There's never any touching with Umi, ever. There's always a physical distance. There's always like a physical distance between them. Reishi conveys that in every single Umi meeting. The moment it becomes about love, there is a physical distance between them. It happens consistently. At first, right, when you first meet Umi, Chizuru walks next to him. When they're on their date, not date that Umi tricked her into, she's still walking next to him and he grabs her arm, but she starts feeling uncomfortable. And then eventually when she finds out it's about love, there is literally a physical distance between them. And ever since then, the physical distance remains maintained. Chizuru almost breaks that physical distance when she's talking to Umi, right? When she's talking to Umi during his party, like she thought she set things straight, right? During the party where the tiger's den, she thought she set things straight. After that, like Umi seemingly confesses in the background, and Chizuru starts maintaining the physical distance again. So literally, actively, there's always physical distance between her and Umi. It's consistent. There's never any touching, ever. There's no touching at all. Whereas with Ruka, it's literally quite literally the flip. It's quite literally the flip. And that's why Sumi is super important to the comparison between Umi and Chizuru. Because Sumi never really touches Kazuya. Right? Sumi never really touches Kazuya. She touched him once. She touched him like once when she held his hand and said, I want to hear your part. Right? Whereas when you go to Ruka, Ruka is constantly touching Kazuya. Regularly, constantly touching him. It's always all physical. She's literally on his arm constantly. So you can literally find a better comparison between Sumi and Kazuya and Umi and Chizuru as a comparison point of how Umi it does not have any physical connection to Chizuru, whereas Ruka has a constant physical connection to Kazuya. And that's why Umi's relationship never goes any further than him just confessing to her. And that's it. In contrast, when Chizuru stops Kazuya in his first rejection, she holds his hand. When she stops Umi, she doesn't hold his hand. She just interrupts him. She just bows and walks away, and she never touches him, and he never touches her. No touching ever happens between her and Umi, ever. That just does not happen. With Ruka, there's constant touching. With Sumi, incredibly light. They don't even hold hands like Rental. They don't even really hold hands like Rental. Like when they went on that little date earlier, they didn't even touch. Sumi has only like touched Kazuya once. She very, very rarely touches him. Like incredibly rarely. She only did it once. And it was in that well, actually she did it a few times. When they first went out, I think they held hands, right? But it was like the platonic hand holding. When they went out on their I think it was either when they went out on their second date, there was some light hand holding. And then finally, when they went out on the last time Sumi actually touched him, there's a scene they cut from the anime. Kazuya like cuts his finger and Sumi like sucks the blood, which is like, whoa, Sumi, chill the fuck out. And then afterwards, there is that scene where Kazuya tells her about his how his struggling to help Chizuru, and she holds his hand. She literally like holds his hand and she says like, I want to listen, I want to be the wall. And I think that was the last time they hold hands. Because after that, there's no hand holding and there's no Sumi. Sumi shows up during the movie arc and she takes the flyers to help. When they go to the date to plan for the cheer up date, Sumi never holds his hand. Sumi never actually holds his hand. And then when they go on this current date recently, again, she never touches him. There's never any touching. That doesn't happen. Sumi is a vampire. Yes. Well, Kazuya is the vampire. He's Dracula. She was bleeding earlier, so he drank the blood. Also, she doesn't know that Kazuya knows about Umi's confession. Yeah, she also does not know about that. She doesn't know that Kazuya knows that. That's a big thing, that she doesn't know what Kazuya knows, just as she doesn't know about Ruka. Like Kazuya is hiding a lot of very important things from Chizuru, and how much he actually knows. Just as Chizuru is hiding Mami from him. Even though she's not really fully hiding Mami, she's willing to tell him if he asks. Yeah, Chizuru made boundaries with Umi. That's why he never crosses the line. Exactly. She draws very clear boundaries with Umi. He never crosses them. That's why that's why I think like the physical relations thing with Umi just feels really stupid. Because there's never been any indicator of any sort of physical relation between them whatsoever. Like, there's just no indicator of any physical relations whatsoever. And if there was, I doubt it was consensual. If there ever was, I highly doubt it was consensual. It just doesn't make any sense. I love how we all keep secrets from each other. This is great. This is great. Keeping relationships from each other is great. Well, it's mostly Kazuya. Chizuru doesn't try to keep a whole lot of secrets. It's just she's afraid to share them. She's just afraid to share them, that's all. I love this for us. But to be fair, there's nothing wrong with inherently like keeping secrets. Like that's not always an issue. It's just like sometimes there's just things we don't want to talk about. Like Chizuru wasn't inherently keeping Umi a massive big secret from Kazuya, because the reason she didn't say anything is because it's about her feelings for him. She doesn't want Umi to blab that. She wants to say it. So that's why she doesn't tell him about Umi. And it's not like she's not going to if he doesn't ask. He could just ask. And she would have told him. In contrast, Chizuru regularly asks about Ruka and he doesn't tell her. Mami's going through grief and wearing black. Black has a few different meanings. Grief could be one interpretation. Another is sexual. It could very well be read as sexual. Another interpretation could be that she's literally covering up her skin. Did you notice that? Mommy's literally not showing that much skin. She's mostly covering up her skin except for the skirt. So there's literally a contradiction. You could view how Mami is dressed as a sort of contradiction. She essentially wears something akin to a mini skirt, which so her legs are like really showing, but then her top is completely covered. So it's kind of like contradictory. She's not revealing very much, but she's wearing a mini skirt. So you have this like contradiction in her clothes. Or at least it looks like a mini skirt. Maybe it's not a mini skirt, but it's a jean skirt that's kind of low. So there's a bit of contradiction in Mami's design. It feels very intentional, right? On one hand it looks mature and it looks adult. On the other, there's a collar and she's all covered up, and you don't really see much of her top. It's not really very visible. There's just a possible neck line that you could kind of see. And then in contrast, you can see all of her legs, and she's wearing heels. So there's this like contrast between showing and not showing that's present with Mami's design. In contrast, Ruka is just dressed in her normal way. Yeah, Kazuya is just dressed the same. So I think there's an element of contrast that's kind of key here. This is contrasted by Chizuru, who feels very naked in the cover. Very, very, very showing a lot of stuff. Whereas Mami is more covered up, but her legs are visible. So that seems kind of important. I'm curious if Kazuya will tell Chizuru if she asks him, did something happen between you and Ruka? I think he might try not to. But then he'll remember being honest, and then he might try to. Okay, I keep saying I'm going to close, and I don't, so I'm going to do that now. I'll continue later. Sorry, I'm a little tired. I'm getting tired by the second. See you guys later.